I had that happen, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna let me poke my head in anyway. And I appeared in the hangar, and the interior was there, and then immediately I exploded. So even if it's just a visual thing, I can't trust it. Oh my God. Waiting for us both to explode just from colliding. Jesus. Stutter, stutter, stutter. What are we? I'm not even sure what we're hitting there. Piece of debris. Yeah, there's something invisible right there behind me. I'm gonna guess it's just a piece of landing gear or something, but no, come on, the fucking lights, dude. Jesus. I'm pretty sure that's the guy. Yeah, whatever. I can't move here. So there's definitely some kind of invisible debris right here. Yeah, whatever it is that's blocking this whole pad. This is pad 2. All right, we'll try and move to pyro being pyro. Pyro being pyro. Really? Whatever, dude. Good God, CIG. And of course this means that all of the bored people are even more bored than normal right now. That's 3. More debris over there, too. Well, I mean, everything about it is in a really bad state. But it's all about the network stuff, you know? They've got to get to a point where network connectivity and stability is a thing. And we ain't there yet. But all that behavior that we just saw, that is Star Citizen 2. God only knows, from way back in the day at Grimhex, right? That's what that was. People getting sniped just trying to go into Grimhex after they finally found it because there was no quantum marker to get you there, right? None of this is actually new. This is, I mean, the setting's new. Don't get me wrong, but the interaction stuff, this is the same. Oh my God, we're so bored. Give me something to do. I'm going to harass everybody that I run into. Right? I mean, it's not new. Well, I'm not a big fan of Easy Any Cheat. Easy Any Cheat is a joke. It's maybe better than nothing in the long run, but we're not we're not really at that point yet, right? Where, I don't know. That said, we have had instances where there was definitely documented hacks going on, so I have mixed feelings about it, obviously. I said I'm not a big fan of EAC. EAC is pretty trash as an option. All right, let's see if we can actually get some gear. Yes, I mean, I agree. It's client-side protection. I mean, you know, I just think that stuff's not going to get better until we get server meshing and the related load distribution. All right, so until we get there, I just don't know that we're going to see anything improve. Well, it's going to be rough from the outset. I mean, part of it is working just fine, right? I mean, we are on a server cluster that has 438 people in it, right? And there are 4 servers in Pyro and 4 servers in Stanton. And we can go back and forth, you know, bearing in mind that the wormhole's cooperating, which it was earlier. So it's not a complete fail. No matter how bad the performance is, no matter how irritated I get at bullshit desyncy crap, server meshing is working. There are 60 people on this server, which is server number 14, which is actually different from when I quantumed closer, because I was on 12 before. Yes, what we need right now, though, the focus right now is on keeping server meshing bulletproof, right? And anything that actually interferes with the meshing has to be corrected. And anything that prevents people moving from server to server, like the failing wormhole, has to be corrected. Those are the only two objectives right now in this moment. Once server meshing is working and we can move back and forth between the two systems, then they need to apply whatever metrics that they've gathered from that situation and improve game performance, right? Like they've tried, we're on a 4-4-500 server shard construct right now, right? So there's 4 servers in Stanton, 4 servers in Pyro, and then there's a total of 500 people that are supposed to be supported by the shard. That's dramatically different from what we have in live. Obviously, it ain't flawless. We're still having issues. But this is core tech. We have to have this work or we're never, ever, ever going to get an MMO, right? So no matter how rough it is, it's got to be done. I am kind of angry at how bad the experience is in live right now because we don't really have a good alternative. I mean, wipe coming or not, it's frustrating that live is so bad. You know, we're still falling through the ground. Elevators are still failing. Desyncy, failing missions. The list goes on and on and on and on. And to be perfectly honest, since they have already announced the wife, I am seriously in fan of them getting to a point where it feels stable, even if it feels shitty while it's stable. They should just push it to live, right? Because it's going to be bad no matter what, but at least there's a reason to play if we get the wipe and we start poking at stuff in the game. However, I don't think they're going to do that, and I think part of the reason that they don't want to do that is they know somebody's going to find an exploit over the holiday, and then there'll be people rolling in the millions of credits despite all the janky desyncy bullshit. So what I expect is open PTU sometime in the next 2 weeks. And then that's going to be 4.0 is essentially open to the public before the end of year. And then at some point in January, hopefully they'll polish this turd up some and then we'll go live. Well, they are, and I mean, that's not new. And to be perfectly honest, part of that is the community, because there's a lot of people that are really so eager for this to go live, right? And now they want it. It doesn't matter that they're watching it on streams, right? Because if somebody stops in on my stream, they're going to go, oh God, this guy's having a terrible experience. I'm not interested. And then they'll go over to Burks' stream or TDL's or somebody's that's having a better experience, right? And they'll hang out and they'll watch them for a while and go, well, it's a mess, but it still looks like fun. Let's go live with it. And then when they get it live and then they get an experience like I'm getting, then they will rage and the salt will commence, right? So CIG does kind of get screwed no matter what. Galaxy gas trend, and I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there. But that's the nature of the beast when you have a live development project that's open for people to play and test. So yeah, it's wave 2 now. It is wave 2 as of Friday night. So more people are involved in it now than ever before, which is a good sign. But no, it's not ready. But there's a wipe coming with 4.0. So does it really matter at this point if it's ready? Because everything we're doing over in live is irrelevant. As soon as the wipe hits, it's gone. Whatever. They're going to do what they're going to do. Oh, good God. The performance, everything is so janky. Really? Oh, God, where was it that someplace that I was had actual decent armor options? I don't really want to rock the ᛒᚣᚋᚯ. I'm just not a fan. Hey, how you doing, Steels? Shit. So we really got diddly shit for options here. That's what I get for going to checkmate, I guess. What a bunch of shitty gear. Of course, I should still have my own shit, and because we crashed into nothing, we lost that. Whatever. Right. So janky. So janky. Got no attachments, which I think is totally intentional. But that's life. Do we have grenades? No. All right. All right, where's the inventory? Terminal. Where the hell are they? Where the hell are the damn inventory terminals? Go. Jesus. CIG, man. You're fucking killing me. That really freaking irks the shit out of me, dude. Look at it. It's just... That's the S-38 that I equipped. It's just going to push me all the way across the damn solar system, I swear. All right. Let's see if we can get back to our ship and get out of here. To be honest, I don't think that's a new bug either. I'm pretty sure that's one that we've had in the past. I don't know if you remember, there were times, for me, the weapon that did it a lot was the Custodian. And I'd switch to a Custodian, and all of a sudden I'd be hyper speed running across a bunker. Zoom! You know, and there was nothing I could do about it until I changed weapon. And then sometimes it was doing it with the AO3, I think it was. But that shit's got to stop. It's so bad. No, it doesn't make it better. It's still awful. Now, I don't know if my ship is even still here. I guess we'll know in just a second. It looks like it is. All right. Damn it. Coffee cup is empty. True. However, part of that reason why is because there's a bunch of turrets right here, right? And now turrets are scarier than they used to be. So if somebody starts shooting at my ship sitting on the pad, the turrets are going to shoot at them. All right, I see people flying around and shooting in the background over there, and I also see reds. It looks like on the radar. So we're going to try and get the hell out of here. See anybody chasing me. They did steal my frames, absolutely. Even though, although it looks better from outside the ship, I was like, it's dark as hell, we can't see anything. And I do think the gas clouds look pretty cool, but there's some inconsistency in the lighting and the projection of light through the gas clouds. I'm really looking forward to them getting all that kind of stuff cleaned up. All right, let's see. We had a mission location. Let's see if we can head that way. Do I have enough fuel? Because we were not able to refuel. There's Ginger. It's the end of the world. We do not have enough fuel to get there. Okay, well, what we definitely don't want to do is we don't want to We don't want to try and refuel at checkmate, but let's get crews in the right direction, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. But again, part of all of this is why people are just harrying each other in the game right now, right? Because everything's broken. Let's see, I know there are actually fuel stations. That's way far away. Where's this? What the hell? Where is that? Rods, fuel, and supplies? That's not anywhere nearby. We can get there, though. It's a station. It's got to be. So we can hope that there'll be a pad and a place to store a ship, because I know what we're going to have to do is we're going to wind up having to change ships again. But I clearly can't do that at checkmate. I could try it at one of the other stations, but we'll give it a go. It's someplace I've never been. We'll go that way. See what happens. Because what I had to do yesterday was essentially land on the pad, and I left the door open, and then went into the station and spawned a new ship, and then flew back to the pad and transferred my crate to boldly go where no Viking has gone before. Yep, we'll see. Damn, my coffee cup is still empty. I'm gonna go ahead and get here and see what the situation looks like, and then we'll get some coffee. I should have gotten some coffee before I left the station. I was a little bit afraid to leave my ship on the pad too long or somebody'd just blow it up, but I think they were gonna do that in the short term when I first got there, if they were gonna do it. I mean, clearly somebody was trying to murder me and somehow failed, even though I was wearing, you know, the white suit. If we can't manage to get a ship or fuel here, we're going to be screwed, and we're going to have to backspace, because this place is in the ass end of nowhere. End game, huh? I guess end game is in the ass end of nowhere. The rods, fuel, and supplies is in the middle of nowhere. We're on server 16 now. So we have changed servers yet again. We were on 12, and then we were on 14 at checkmate. Now we're at 16. So server meshing is working on that regard. We're moving from server to server. There's still 43 people on this server, though. And I don't know how those are separated, and if it's orbital distances or what. It would be really interesting to see how they are structuring it. Eventually, the goal is to make it dynamic, right? So that a location like this in the middle of nowhere, if nobody's there, the only thing that would happen is it would be tracked by well, see, I'm not even sure what they call that particular system, but it would be tracked, and then it would only be added to a dynamic game server by the replication layer if it was needed. Interesting. This is a much greener gas cloud. I'm still not expecting to be able to get a hangar, but we'll try.
Thank you for visiting. Safe travels. This vehicle already has the space assigned. Please proceed to the designated location.
No interior. Somebody Starfarer. There's an 890 jump. Ass end of no place, middle of no place, wherever, and there's a play. Oh, that's a frickin' reclaimer. Holy crap. Oh, God. Well, that's not good. That's got more invisible geometry there, just like that other one had. Let's see about the other one. I really don't know what to think about that because it doesn't look like there's anything there. All right. I like the dark paint on the 890. All right. We're just going to park over here. Although, you know what? We may as well at least try, right? Go to the middle. See if we get pad services. I'm certainly not going to hold my breath on it. Holy shit, it's working. Sweet. I do kind of wonder what kind of stuff they have at this station now. All right, you know what? I want to hop out just in case. Oh no, there was no way it was going to work. There was no way. Unbelievable. The 890 all pulled up underneath the shitty station at Byro does tickle me. All right. right, so we're on pad 2. Okay. I'm going to hop in here where I should be safe, right? No? Not safe inside. All right, we'll have to go inside. Assuming I can get an elevator. Oh, let's see. Will it actually go to a hangar for me? Because I should be safe in my own hangar. All right. I'll be right back, y'all. I got to buy a break and I got to get some more coffee. Back in a second. Yeah, I won't lie. I was definitely surprised. Definitely surprised. Come on, OBS. Thank you. I get the cat some treats. The doggo's had theirs. The kitty wants hers. Definitely surprised that the repeal worked. All right, now that I've got a hanger, because clearly it did actually acknowledge that I requested landing, right? Because I had a hanger elevator. I'm kind of curious if I let's see, let's do something to make sure that it knows that I have a hanger. Do I have a do I have my pulses? Yeah, let's do that. Let's put a pulse in the hanger. And then I'm going to go back to the ship and request landing and see if maybe it'll give me a proper gateway. Hey, how you doing, Q? Good morning. Hope that Monday has been treating you well, or at least not too poorly. It is Monday after all, right? Go ahead. I know you're going to fall over before. Are you really not going to fall over? I think that this, even though there's 50 people on this server, this location seems pretty isolated. Monday, exactly. All right. Me and hover bikes, man. Oh, I actually meant to... Shit. Oh, well, that's fine. I actually meant to grab the LX since it was a little bit shorter. Why am I... I guess because it's not powered on. All right. I'm just trying to figure out where the limits are. It should be that dashed line though, right? I don't think, no, it could be that other one. Let's just make sure we're all the way over. All right. Okay. Now we'll go back to the to pad 2 and request landing and see if it'll. What'd you do, cat? See if it'll actually give me a gateway. I'm expecting it still won't, because I think there's just a problem with gateways connecting from the outside, but it's worth trying. It's not a cutlass, it's a cutter. Yeah, well, you know, that's what happens when they create that circumstance.
An available space has been located.
All right. Okay, it looks like we're actually going to have our hangar this time, because I see the pulse. I don't know. Do I believe it? Do we try it? It's got to be just a visual thing, right? Because we know that our pulse is in a hangar. The real question is the interior door actually opened or not? All right, whatever. I guess we'll risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. Let's try and make sure we're in the middle. All right, we stop moving, and then we pray that we don't explode. Okay. All right, I'd like to believe we're safe. Except this is about the time when I was in my Saber the other day that I still exploded.
Arrival complete.
All right. Maybe it's just visual. Maybe usually the hangar's there and we're just not getting a proper visual from the gateway. I'm not sure what to think. All right. Okay. Okay, I don't currently have a tractor beam on me. I do have a med gun on me. We'll take some supplies. I guess we're going to make do with what we have as far as everything else goes. I thought I had a bunch of med pens. Maybe I didn't buy them. Submitted reports for 7 accounts yesterday, and in the time it took you to make 7 reports, maybe 30 minutes logged in and out. The ticket number went from 1510895 to 151207. 151207. 312 tickets. Wow. Yeah, there's got to be a lot of them. And even though CIG is telling people not to open tickets for the Best in Show paints, because those are still being attributed, I'm sure that they're getting tickets for that as well. Although I have pointedly not opened a ticket for myself yet. Is that empty? That's the one I used, right? Yeah. All right. Yeah. You know, I mean, we're quite a demanding audience. You know, I know I'm asking for trouble, but I'm going to take it just in case I need it, since I have it. Jesus, man. Okay. I know I had the speed limiter turned on before. Just behave, man. I'm expecting that to still be an issue when I close this door. Are you even going to let me close the door? You're not. Well, it worked. All right, good deal. Okay. All right, I want to go check real quick and see what kind of shit they sell here at Rob's or Rod's Fuel and Supplies, and then we'll go hit the mission site. I'm actually super excited that the refueling worked on the pad out there. Maybe even more excited than I am that I was able to get a proper hangar. No. I mean, if they have told us that we're going to get a reward, we should get it. Everybody should get the rewards that CIG told us that they were going to get it. And to be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with expecting it to happen in a timely fashion. I think that there is a threshold of people demanding stuff that's not acceptable, right? I mean, it's like, as long as you can be assured that you're going to get your stuff, I think being patient is something that should happen. But it's, the real problem is all the gray area, right? When stuff doesn't work right and CIG takes a little bit of time to sort it out, people are impatient with that. And I think that's an understandable reaction. Yeah, same. And I think that's a lot of people, Glitch, because same thing, I don't have the BIS for the F8 myself yet either. I do have the pennant. And it's weird to me that the pennant was awarded and the paint wasn't, whereas I know that some people do have the F8 BIS paint, because I've seen people show screenshots of it, mostly captioned with something like, "Oh my God, what the fuck?" Because I'm going to be honest, I think it's kind of an ugly paint. I'm pretty close to just melting mine anyway, because I kind of want to get a medical terrapin with store credits. So, and I was waiting so that I could get the paint just so that I'd have it, because it's possible that they might fix it and make it look better down the road too. But I really don't like it. I got one for the C1, and to be honest, I feel like the fact that I still have a C1 in my hangar is you know what, I'm going to set my regen here, since everything seems to behave here better. I mean, it won't matter because tomorrow they're going to drop a new patch anyway. I know it tonight. I feel like the fact that I still have a C1 in my hangar is a sign that there was a CCU chain that I was supposed to do that I still haven't finished doing. Because I didn't plan on keeping a C1. I have an E1 when it comes to the Spirit line, and I have an ES when it comes to, well, not an ES, an MR when it comes to ships that size for combat. So I'm not sure why I still have one, but I kind of, well, I say Terrapin, what I'm thinking about doing actually is melting my F8 and grabbing a regular Terrapin, because the regular Terrapin is better than the medical Terrapin, and so that I can get the paint for that. And then I'm like, well, who cares? You don't like the paints anyway, so I don't know. Out of curiosity, what kind of ship parts do they have? Hey, this is a grade B stealth. Attritions. Grade B comp. Grade B comp. Grade B industrial. So it's not all junk, at least. Grade C stealth. That's the usuals, though. The Metapin, yep. I kind of want one in my hangar, even though I'm disappointed with its utility. I do feel like the fact that they haven't considered actual gameplay with the ship is frustrating. There's no weapons rack. There's not even any sidearm racks. There's no suit locker. I don't really feel like they're considering, well, shit. This shop has nothing, obviously, even though it's supposed to at some point. All right, such is life, I guess. All those were the ship stuff. All right, I'm not worried about that. Although, it's the bar. What kind of weapons do they have? Oh no, these are FPS weapons. Oh, all right. Cool. Oh, and armor. Well, then what is with that sign back that way? That's weird. There's the Inquisitor set that I was looking for earlier. Alright, well, since we're wearing the big old stupid Morales Up set, we may as well bring a big backpack. I want a different helmet. Oh, look, there's some grenades. Oh no, dude. Oh God. This guy, he doesn't look sus at all. Snacks. Yeah, I can only imagine, dude. I really honestly, as much as I know that people are like, you should change your passwords on the regular and they should all be different. It's one of them things where it's a giant freaking hassle. Somebody needs to come up with a more practical alternative. And it needs to not involve storing stuff online too, right? Because I mean, the whole Google password thing, aside from the fact that there's reasons not to trust any of the major corporations, including Google. I keep waiting for somebody to come along and offer a proper security fob that can handle all that stuff. But it can't be something that's expensive because some of us are broke as fuck. Thousands of site, yeah, I bet. Just, you know, part of the hassle is refreshing them, right? Because even if you're going to generate difficult, complicated, secure passwords, it doesn't change the fact that if you want to change it on a website, you got to go to the website and change it, and then at least copy or paste it in, right? And if you've got, like you're saying, thousands of passwords, that's a giant hassle. We need a new way to handle that. But it's got to be still, it needs to be secure, but like some sort of key fob where I can just plug it into my USB port, right? And then it's recognized by websites that I want to have my password. But there has to be an easy way to propagate that to your shit so that you don't have to spend hours storing new passwords. All right, where the shit am I? These aren't hangers, right? I don't. Where's the? Oh yeah, they are. Okay, all right. Yeah, something like that. Because it's all such a mess now. Okay, what shit did I just buy that I was going to do something with? Alright, change the helmet. Oh, I did actually want to buy more ammo, but we ain't going to worry about it. There we go again, being shoved around. All right. All right. Well, we'll make do. Can I get past? I can't get past. Alright, whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, because, you know, 2FA, regardless of implementation, is better than nothing, right? But as much as I want to say, well, everybody's got one of these, right? We should just use, these are hackable. And then as soon as somebody manages to get a hold of this, they got access to everything else that you've got, right? So, you know, I really think keychain fob is the way to go, unless you're willing to do a chip, right? A chip scanner and some kind of mark of the beast chip that obviously, you know, some people are going to take issue with. So I don't know what the answer is, but online security is vital at this point, and we're going to have some way to interface with the interwebs and be secure, at least as secure as we can be. And I don't feel like anybody's got a really good solution for that yet. Oh, I don't know why I tried to power down. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. I mean, I've lived online for decades, so yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like, good God. It's pretty bad. To be honest, I'm at a point where unless I get an alert somewhere that there was a data breach and that my password was probably put at risk someplace, I don't want to change it because I don't want to expose that account to activity for potential keyloggers, right? So I kind of hate to even go, okay, it's time to refresh all my passwords. Right, yeah, I definitely feel you there, Q. All right. Okay.
Thank you for visiting. Safe travels.
Okay, we should have enough fuel to get there. Yeah, see, I mean, I've got Authy and Google and Microsoft password authenticators, and I was doing that where it's like, you know, game sites are on this one, and, you know, financial sites are on this one, and other stuff was on this one, but it's still a hassle. What? Wait a minute. How the hell am I out of fuel already? It just told me I had plenty of fuel. We didn't hardly get anywhere at all. It let me refuel. It told me I had 90, it had 100% quantum fuel. I should have had 1 million quantum fuel. I should have had plenty of fuel. I have no idea what just happened. Did I not? I could have sworn I double checked. Now I gotta look. Dude, man, I swear. Today. Right here, it says I have 100% quantum fuel. Still says 100%. Because I'm double checking right now as I get ready to line up. I'm like, I have enough fuel, right? I should have plenty of fuel because the Rambler's got 1 million quantum fuel. It says it's at 100% still. And we went from 55 million to... Now there's a long ass pause. 99. And then 3. Where'd all my damn fuel go? Dude, man, you can't freaking believe anything at all that this fucking game has to say. I don't know. I mean, it could have been a server change, and because I didn't actually, you know, let's see what, let me pull it back up. I pull this back up again. Shut up. All right. Oh, I did, because I don't have the I don't have this is early. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, it must have been when I changed servers. Because if I'm not mistaken, that says server 20. And now I'm on server 16. So it didn't carry over the quantum fuel from when I left 16 and went to 20. And then I went from 20 back to 16 and it reverted my fuel. Right? Because I bet earlier... Let's see. When I arrived at this station, this is still okay. That's 16. Yeah, because as I'm on my way to rods, I'm at 7% now. So that's exactly what happened. Is it reverted my fuel instead of sinking it. That's a problem. I wonder if there is an issue council on that. Yep. There it is right there. It's already confirmed. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely a thing. I don't have the postage stamp up, but we'll just go ahead and comment. Yes, we had this happen. This is actually critical. Game version. PTO. Jumping from checkmate to rods, moving from server 16 to server 20. I was low on fuel. To less than 10%. Refueled at rods. QT'd toward Pyro 5 as I changed servers from 20 back to 16. My fuel suddenly, I can't type, suddenly dropped, reverted, question mark, back to 3%, ran out shortly after, stranded. Definitely a major issue for meshing. Fuel, well, all fuel levels must carry over. I mean, that's a big deal. That's definitely going to be game breaking in server meshing. Absolutely not good. Absolutely not good, CIG. That's not good. All right, so that means that we're screwed. All of the stuff that we've got in the ship is going to be toast. I'm going to have to relog. That really sucks. Let's see. Let's hop out of the seat and stuff and see if there's any shot that it might. Let's power it all the way off. I know it's a itty bitty ass box. That's because, to be honest, I don't think they want details there. What I think they really want is just a quick synopsis of what's wrong, and then they want you to share server information. And I might add screenshots later. Obviously, I can do that, but everything looks really blurry, so. Yep. No, we still got no fuel. It's interesting to me. Of course, maybe I was already at 99% hydrogen. As a matter of fact, let's see. Let's see. Oh, before that. Before that. Before that. Okay. So, no, yep. All right, so my fuel, I was at 4% there. But my hydro was still at 99. So hydrogen fuel cost is, in space, it amounts to nothing. All right. Well, that's awesome. Fantastic. At least we got a proper landing so that we can just relog. Man, that's really frustrating. 51.2 for the mission. I wonder if I can manage to recover the box. All right. Let's see. Is there anything else in there that I can salvage out of the box just in case? I guess it doesn't really matter. I already have most of the stuff here. I guess I should grab some Lux for the pack just in case. The rest of it, we'll just leave it be. All right, we're gonna log out and log back in. Which, there's the shard number. Well, it's not full, so odds are good we're gonna wind up on it anyway. Annoying. Very annoying. What's actually really frustrating is I'd have been better off if it wouldn't have been willing to give me pad services. Because what I would have done is I would have gone back to my ship, I would have opened the door, I would have gone to my hangar, I would have spawned a new copy of the ship, flown over, grabbed the box from the old ship into the new ship, and at least then I would have actually had a full quantum tank. So we actually kind of got screwed because something worked. Par for the course, though. Yeehaw. Oh my goodness, come on, man. Sometime today, it's gonna crash. I mean, you know, we've got a spinner here. I assume it's in the process of transmitting a bunch of metrics. Yeah, because looks like the Ethernet is the only thing that's really pegged. So it's got to be about the metrics transmission. Dude. CAG stealing all my data right now. I mean, come on, how much information can there be to transmit? This is kind of ridiculous. I feel like it's transmitting the data again and again and again and again and again. Dude. Yeah, that's it. Specifics about everything that's tied to me in the verse. Sorry, man. I only have so much patience, CIG. It's just cranking, doing stuff, man. It actually says it's not doing anything network-wise now, right? So what the hell? What's hitting the network? OBS, of course. Google and all the related stuff that's tied to OBS. So I don't buy it. It's got to be Frickin' Star Citizen. So maybe it was just the OBS stuff altogether. It's got to be the stream thing, I guess. So it wasn't the network that was keeping it busy. It was just crashed. All right, whatever. Let's launch it again. I guess I didn't really think about it. No, I'm definitely going to see the streaming stuff. Oh, man. I wonder, enjoy your food, Glitch. Num num. Have some good num nums. Thank you for hanging out, man. I wonder how long we're going to have to wait for 4.0 to feel like we're in a good, stable place. I mean, as rough as things are right now, I definitely feel like we're talking about end of January. Right now, I'm expecting it to not have successfully logged out, so I'll log back in and I'll be back in the ship, and I will again be trying to log out. That's what I'm expecting at the moment. Do it, do the thing. If I do manage to get logged in afterwards, then we won't even know if we're going to be on the same shard. I mean, that shard had 480 out of 500 on it, so there could still be room. I don't know that there's actually enough people playing EPT right now to fill one. We've been pretty close the whole time. I would actually love to see those concurrency numbers. How many people are playing on a day-to-day basis, you know? It's frozen at the moment. I'm afraid to do anything and agitate it. I can't even open the console. Spin, spin, spin. Currently sauteing a new 4.0 build for EPTU later today. I got a whole lot of nothing going on right now, so I feel like the game's crashed again, just trying to log back in. And I wouldn't at all be surprised if it was trying to recover from where I was at that caused it to crash last time. But I can't even open the console. Come on, Star Citizen. Do the thing, man. Do it. You can do it, man. Don't crash. Okay, so it's putting us back on server 20, which is where we were at Rods. Don't crash. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on right now. This doesn't look good, though. We'll try and wait it out. But again, it's just spinning. You know. That is not good. Which I suspect is going to turn into me having to recopy PTU, which means we don't even get to try and complete any of the tests there at all. Try and wait. Even though there's a lot of nothing going on. Where's my yeah, I mean, it doesn't even look like anything's happening. You know? That's got to be the streaming stuff going on the network. CPU is doing nothing special. Memory is stable. GPU's doing nothing special, so I feel like the game is just deadlocked. As a matter of fact, I don't even see a Star Citizen entry here. All I see is the launcher itself. Oh no, there it is. Not responding. Doing nothing. Disappointing. All right. Well, you know what? I mean, that's pretty much going to do in EPTU for me today. That's actually really frustrating. But we'll hope that the patch tonight will be better. I'm sure there'll be. We'll go ahead and verify this time, but I know it's not going to matter. We'll try one more relog after the verify. But you know, they'll drop a patch later tonight, but it'll be, you know, if I'm lucky, it'll be 5 p.m. right as I'm about ready to end on a normal day. So there isn't any point in me trying to wait for it. Okay, we'll give it one more go. Waiting for a game. Yeehaw. Wow. What on earth is going on right now? Why does this look so terrible? Holy crap. What? That was really weird. All right. I'm just curious to see what it's reporting when it kicks the bucket. Showing me on server 20 again. It's trying to load in. Is it going to behave this time? Error. Error. Still trying. Oh, it's going to work this time. All right, good deal. Okay. We are on the same server, which means we should be on the same shard. So we'll see what we can do about retrieving our ship. Or our box from our ship, if it's still there. Let's see, is it going to still have a hangar for me? No. All right. That's fine. I don't want to pull the Rambler again, just in case. So let's pull the red.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit the gate.
I want you to actually close it. All right. You know, I haven't seen, I need to check it now, so I'm going to get out of the seat and sit back down again. I feel like I'm asking for trouble now because stuff doesn't want to cooperate. I haven't seen the animation glitch today. I'd like to believe that they fixed that. You know, because normally we're getting on the cuddle seat and then being dragged next to it. Vic, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We still have our mission. Shortly after we leave server 16, or leave 20 and move to 16, we were like 51.3. We're at 16 now. 52, 51 point. All right. Okay, now if I'm not mistaken, that white mark that we see there, that's 125.1. Can't be right, can it? Fucking far away is that? What are we doing? Dude, you're pushing the wrong buttons. Yep. That is our Rambler. Okay, so we need to try and jump forward, but not very far. Dude. Come on. Pyro 5. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on, man. All right, so that's 35. Come on, do the thing. This navigation system is such trash. And it really is the same garbage that we've had for 12 fucking years, 10 fucking years, however long it's been. with a slightly better skin on it. It's still going to be slightly too far away. Shit. God damn it. Polish a turret is still a turret. That's it exactly. No, I'm trying to get to where my ship ran out of fuel before. Right? It's the whole, it doesn't reliably engage, and then it doesn't reliably disengage, so it's the other shit. It's all the bullshit that we've been dealing with since day one. See, like just then, I told it to cut, and it should have come out somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 mm, and instead, we just blew by, because the shit just doesn't respond. It's so annoying. Of course, we should by now have a way to just navigate to our own ship. It knows where it is. It knows where it is. It's giving me a marker. It should just give me a freaking POI to jump to. All of this, of course, is because we ran out of fuel, even though we had just refueled, because when we went from server 20 to server 16, it reverted to my previous fuel load from when we went from 16 to 20 before. No. I appreciate that you're trying to help. Stop. I do. I appreciate that you're trying to help, but stop. Doesn't change the fact that all of this is just jank as fuck, and it always has been. I have tried just dropping out of quantum mode. I have tried just cutting the engines. I am not trying cutting power to the whole ship, because we shouldn't have to do that bullshit anymore. I'm not looking for somebody to give me a solution. I know that it's all in, it's all in love, but I don't want to bite your head off any more than I already have, because you're trying to help. Star Citizen is in a really shitty place where it comes to the navigation, and it always has been. It's marginally better with this fancy schmancy new skin, but the navigation system on the back end is the same absolute fucking trash that it's always been. And when CIG told us in CitizenCon last year that it was going to be better, they fucking lied. There's nothing about it that's better. The navigation itself is absolute shit. It looks better, but that's it. That's all we got. It's a pretty skin job on it. Well, I mean, and I think we're all concerned about 4.0, right? But I think that what we have to remember, right? And I'm ranting about stuff that's not 4.0 either. Although the reversion of the fuel that happened 15 minutes ago or whatever is a 4.0 issue, but at least there's already an issue council on it that's confirmed, is that the only thing they're trying to fix right now in this EPTU is server meshing. Once they get server meshing to the point where they feel like it's bulletproof, right, then we'll see them polish up all the rough edges, because there's a lot of them. The latency is so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, well, and this is going to be the next 3.18. It is absolutely going to be the next one. It's going to be really, really rough. I don't think we're going to see this go live the end of the year. It'll happen in January, but we'll have open PTU. No matter what I'm doing, it's just totally ignoring the buttons. Right? You see, we're still overshooting by 4 million every single time. It was worse last time. And it's a latency thing. It's like it doesn't matter what you try and do, you're still gonna get ganked. Okay, there we go. We're only 583 kilometers away. We'll take the ride. I think come January, it probably will be time for most people to take a break. I do think that the live state of this will be way better than we're seeing in EPTU right now. So maybe it'll be fine. I think a lot of people will have a good time just flying around Pyro and experiencing the new environment, etc., etc. Why am I only moving it? Because I'm not in nav mode. This shit with everything resetting every single time a mode changes is really irksome. It will get better. It is getting better. I mean, we've seen it improve over the previous weeks. I mean, just a few days ago, every freaking inch of it was absolutely unplayable for most people, right? I mean, right now, the performance isn't too bad. I'm getting 60 FPS. I'm in the middle of nowhere, of course. But I mean, you know, there are 60 people on this server, and there are 460 people on this shard. So server mesh is working. It's just not working flawlessly. But nobody expected any of it to work flawlessly. It never does. So, you know, probably first quarter is going to be a bit rough for live. But after that, we should start to see, hopefully, them getting load balancing underway so that we can have better server performance with higher population shards. And we'll be moving in the right direction. And I know some people are like, dude, you're really naive. But we have to hope for that at this point, because if we don't get it, then we're kind of screwed overall, right? Squadron 42 release date has been announced for 2026. Even if they wait until they release it until December of 2026, we've got 2 years. And we really kind of have to be in a place where a 1.0 release candidate has got to be following on the ears of Squadron 42, or things are going to get ugly, because people are going to play Squadron 42, they're going to burn through it, and they're going to be, oh, there's an MMO that's tied to this, so I'm going to give it a try. And at that point, and that's assuming Squadron 42 is a good game, which I do believe it will be, if the PU is still trash, though we're working on it and it'll be better in 2 years, and the coming soon TM isn't going to be enough. We really have to be getting close to a 1.0 release candidate by the time that Squadron 42 launches, or things are going to get really sticky. I'm not necessarily saying the project will die, but things are going to get sticky. It'll be a PR disaster for a while if 1.0 is still way down the line after Squadron 42 is live. So, and we're on the road. You know I get aggravated and extra salty because it's been a ride. It's been a 10-year ride for me, for sure. Some of it not good. But we have Pyro in a lot of people's hands now. Some stuff is working, other stuff is not. But server mesh is working, which is something. It's important. It is important. 328K, we're getting there. I am really aggravated about that whole thing with the fuel, though. I mean, I went from checkmate to rods, and on the way, I went from server 14 to 16 to 20, and moving from 16 to 20, you know, what's really interesting to me, actually, is when I landed, I was at 3% fuel or 4% fuel, right? Because I was at 7% or 8% when I went from 16 to 20. And then I landed, refueled, took off. And then when I went from 20 to 16, it immediately went to 3%. So it's almost like it recognized the fuel level when I went from 20 into the hangar. You know what I mean? Like that was the last time that it saved a fuel level. Because I was at 100% when I left rods. So why didn't it take me back to 8% if it was reverting server 16? It shouldn't have. So it's got to be just a container change, right? It didn't properly log it after I left the hangar. I don't even know. I'm not sure what to think. All I know is they will have to resolve that stuff, especially with Pyro being as big as it is. We're going to need the fuel load to stay consistent from server to server. Add into the fact that they're trying to eliminate people just reclaiming ships. We'll see how it all plays out, I guess. 184 clicks. We're almost there. Are we there yet? I do like the Pyro skybox. Big change from Stanton. Yeah. I think Nyx is supposed to be connected to Pyro, isn't it? We don't already have a... No? I don't actually know. Maybe it's on the other side of something else. I mean, I thought it was, but there obviously there is not a gateway station yet. Of course, maybe they haven't decided. I haven't looked at the old Star Atlas on the website in a while, so and there may be one that shows there already. 60 clicks. I kind of would have thought that there would have been a gateway station already, though. Like there has been one. There's three, obviously, in Stanton now for a while. But I think they're going to want to make a big deal out of everything with Nyx, regardless. $25 clicks. obviously we overshot. It might decouple now. Okay. Come on, cooperate. Well, I mean, I think there are probably a lot of people that are more excited about any other system than Pyro because of the PvP nature of it. But I'm excited about all of them because, man, I can't wait to visit all the different systems and see how they all feel, because they're definitely all going to be different. Okay, we might need to actually equip the tractor beam. Dude, stop that. God, I hate that shit. That was a long pause. I'm waiting for it to wig out and go from landing to flight mode. All right, it didn't do anything too weird, so that's nice. All right. So it only took forever, but we finally managed to recover our little box. Close the door. No, there is grid there. Okay, I thought there was. All right. Now let's finally go to our mission and see if anything spawns. I mean, I know a lot of people that are really excited about Magnus. And, I mean, Terra is going to be the major system, right? Not that I expect we're going to see anything about Terra until we're practically at Squadron 42. But we're talking about 6 systems, right? Stanton, Pyro, Nyx, Magna, Terra. What's the 6th one? Odin? I was thinking the 6th one was Odin, but I'm actually not sure. Just having 6 solar systems to explore is going to be really cool, even if all we're doing is just flying around doing the same old missions. But I'm hoping that by then we'll have some improvements on the mission system too, because, you know, the whole same old has gotten old over time. All right. We need hydration. No, I want the empty one in my hand. Do the thing. Really? Bruh. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it did drop it. Please tell me I don't still have it in my hand. Good. All right, I don't even remember what this mission text said anymore. Headhunters are always on the lookout for talented folks that can quickly and discreetly acquire items that we have our eye on. If that's you, I've got a job for you. You should test your skills. They said me up plenty more. There's a creative item currently at an asteroid base. Go liberate it. All right. A crate of item. A crate of a variable name. Now, I'm assuming that's where I have to turn it in, right? Well, I can't tell for sure. Some more information would be good. Mission objective marker, mission objective, location harvestable. Okay, so this is, all right, that's where that'll be. That'll be at a RAB. This will be one of the asteroid bases. Hopefully it'll actually have a door that works. I went to one of those yesterday, briefly, and the door didn't work. Alright, I'll have to EVA in or sneak in because I'm expecting that the turrets will be shooting at me while I'm here. They always are. I do have to say that these locations where we're way out of the way from anything, performance is pretty good. Alright, so if we can get server meshing to come online and distribute the load, game performance should improve overall. Pisces, and a raft. All right. Okay. I'm actually going to want to be on the far side. Well, that side for me. Man, I didn't get any proper missile feedback there at all. Hello, Mr. Mustang. Oh my God. Jesus. Oh man, the jank. It's too bad the jank's so bad, because the frame rates are pretty good. Whatever. Come here, Mr. Cutter. That's the one I blew up. What on earth? What is that? What the? What is that? Pieces, parts of something. Is that that looks like an 85X or something. Whatever it is, it should definitely be dead by now. Come on. Oh my goodness. Alright, are all the ones nearby done shooting at me? No, I'm still flying around. Where's that damn Mustang? Come here, dude. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. I would have nuked him already, except of course I don't have any missiles on this ship. Thank you. Good gods. So bad. gonna have to deal with all of these guys. That's another frickin' Mustang. Alright, I need to get on the other side of all this stuff because there's going to be turrets as well. Yeah. Oh my god. The jank is unreal. Normally I would have been rocking 4 energy weapons and skipped the ballistics, but stock ship. And we didn't get to be in the ship we were going to be in on anyway. Come on, dude. Oh man, the teleporting janky nonsense is so bad. All right, whatever. I'm actually really surprised that there haven't been any turrets shooting at me yet. Oh, there's one. Shit. All right. Clearly, this is where everybody's been going to do the mission. It's a standoff between a Raft and a Cuddy Red. There's the Mustang doing drive-bys. Jeez. This little industrial ship refuses to die. All right. Looks like he's probably not going to run into me, so set the turrets. Okay. You know what? I need I need to take care of something for the Shield Maiden for just a second. Let me do that, and I'll be right back, and hopefully we won't get blown up in the meantime. Back in a second. All right. She's taken care of. We didn't get blown up yet, so that's a good sign. Okay. Dare we take the that raft is still flying around. I wonder where the Mustang is. Okay, so we're 600 meters away. Part of me is like, take the we're gonna take it because it's here. We don't really need it, so we'll bail out of it if we don't need it. If it becomes an inconvenience. All right. We're just gonna leave the ship open. I haven't actually gotten to use this thing for anything. I'm gonna leave the speed limiter on so I don't crash into anything. But the raft here doesn't even seem to have any shields. I mean, any weapons. Not actually cracking its shield, speaking of. All right. All right. I'll be curious to see if the door wants to cooperate. Because these are neat and all of that, but we're right back to the same situation that we are with bunkers and distribution centers. Because these are all essentially the same model. Jesus. Really? Yeah, you know, this is exactly what I was afraid was going to happen. You know, I got into one of these the other day, and, you know, we got to wander around and shoot people and stuff. But not lately. There's just nothing. It's just not really reacting at all. I don't even hear the chirp. And clearly the mission is right there. And the door's actually there because not able to just move through it. Somebody's trying to shoot me too, it sounds like. Through the door, you know. Grr. Grr, grr, grr. Because I wasn't able to find another way in when I looked at one yesterday. There didn't seem to be another entrance. I guess we got a bike this time so we can look around a little bit more, but because there's a pad but the pad is all blocked by debris, and so is the elevator. So there's not a way to get to it from there. Yeah, I don't see any other entrances. Open tab waits for murder. How you doing today, Scotty? I don't know where the Mustang is. He must have crashed. Yeah, I don't see any other entrance at all. Which seems a little bit weird. I would have thought there would have been at least one alternate entrance. What are these flashy lights? I feel like these flashy lights should mean something. Although I don't actually see anything that looks like it could be interactable at all. Is this a different pad? It is. That one's blocked off too, though. Oh, come on. Seriously? Jesus. This game is such a piece of shit. You know, the hover bikes are great as long as you don't go anywhere near the ground. I just don't see any sign of any other point of ingress. Nope. bummer. Just bummer. I don't think he ever stopped flying around either. Jesus. Oh my God. The hover bikes are so bad. Dude, it kills me. It just kills me. Well, I'm disappointed that we didn't even get to try the mission. That's a bummer. All right. Well, so much for that. Out of curiosity, let's see where that would have turned in. That's all the way on the other side of the solar system. I don't imagine we're gonna probably have to go to Pyropod before we can go to the moon. No? All right, cool. With a little bit of luck, wherever this ground outpost is that I had to turn this in, as we'll have a pad with fuel, although I'm expecting not. Dude, come on. Same old navigation bullshit. Same old, same old. Different setting, same old shit. Rainy blah day. Okay, now I've got a mission to turn in here, so hopefully nobody will be shooting at me. And when I say nobody, I mean turrets on the ground. a player. Or a player ship. Guess it could just be the ship. Is that an actual pad? There's one underneath that frickin' the hell you call them? Polaris. No. Not surprising. Two Polarises at this little teeny tiny outpost. Awesome. All right. On the off chance that the pad might work for somebody else, I'll get off of it. Let's have a look-see. Replace me. What is going on here? Why am I taking fire? Why am I on the ground? I got permission to be here, people, so why are you shooting at me? And why am I... Bruh. Why am I through the ground and shit? Oh, God. Oh, God! Yay, Star Citizen! Yay! This is a chronic problem in Pyro right now, by the way. Falling through the planet. Oh, well. Such is life. It falls into that category of stuff, though, where you've got intersecting geometry. For whatever reason, it's a real problem. Frustrated on multiple levels there, but I mean, you know, none of that's new. That's all same old, same old. That's Star Citizen as per the usual. Jank. All the jank. And of course, the truth is that logging back in will probably still just be falling through the ground. Let's see if we can make it wake up by doing something else online. Yeah, whatever. says I'm all the way back at Rod's. Guess we'll see. Hey, what's up, Shadow Wolf? How you doing, dude? I know a couple of people that are playing it. I've seen people say that it's a lot of fun, and I've seen one or two people say it's broken as hell, and I don't know exactly what they mean by that. I don't know if that means that there's a couple of builds that are OP or if there's something wrong with the game. I've never played any of the Stalker games, although somebody did gift me some of the older ones a couple of years ago on Steam, and I actually haven't played any of them. They look cool, though. Oh, yeah, that sounds win, because I mean, I definitely am not a Ping and Pray fan. Oh, you know, I haven't watched the SCLs. Maybe we should watch that. Found within certain biomes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Have to know where to look for them. Yeah, and then eventually we'll have long-range scanning. Right? Because that's what I want to see. I want to see scanning be part of that. Because, I mean, that's a big part of mining in reality, right? Is the what's the word I'm looking for? What did we call them in Star Wars Galaxies? There's the whole... the word is totally gone. It's an R word I'm trying to think of, but where you look around, you have to identify the location where you'll be able to find the stuff that you want. Yeah, I mean, you know, and that makes sense. It's just at some point we'll get scanning so that you'll be able to find where some of that actually is in a dense place, so that you can settle into a dense deposit and mine it out. Game's crashed again. Game's crashed again. All right, you know what? All right, close program. Let's go look at the videos, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of absolutely tapped out on a PT EPTU right now. It's just not in a good place. For a second while I'm finding what I'm actually looking for. Because I saw there's a new video with the Q&A, and I haven't seen that either. Of course, I haven't also watched the one about the music. We're going to watch that one first.
I'm going to ask you the easiest question in the whole world, Pedro. What does music mean to you?
Music for me, since I was very young, is like breathing. It's been a good friend over many years. I couldn't imagine myself living without creating music. It's just extremely important to me.
And he's done some marvelous stuff for the game. I love the music.
Jump points. Majestic, dreamy, and adventurous. I was seeing the concept art, the very first concept art, for quite a long time, and it was very special. It was not just like a click and you're there. It was like an event by itself, and I think Sarsen does it in a very beautiful way. And I want music to feel exactly the excitement that I feel when I look at it for the first time. I try to portray the music as if you were going to a different state of matter. When you're in the jump point, the music becomes suddenly more synthetic and more the synths take over the orchestra. People to feel you're somewhere else that where laws of physics don't really apply. Since I was a kid, I really loved hearing CDs of the old classics from Beethoven, etc., but also from synth. So I tried to make kind of an homage to the old school synth scoring. It just made sense to use that on the jump point, make it very epic.
It's a great experience when you make the jump.
That's my whole life experience into one place. We believe that having one single track for a planet, it's not enough. When you get out of quantum and you see the planet just like a sphere, we thought that it would be great if there was like just a very small stinger just telling you what you're about to expect. As if an echo of the soul of the planet. Making sure that you understand you are in the outskirts of Pyro 1. We want it to be ambiguous, so the music should feel always ambiguous because you don't know what to expect when you go down there. What will come up when I land and get out of the...
That's pretty chirpy looking.
If it's peaceful and there's no danger and there's nothing threatening you, then the track that I created, which is very, peaceful and beautiful, depending on the planet, of course, should come up. So it's like a three-stage approach. It's kind of almost like you're in a cinematic experience, going down to the surface. When I saw Pyro 3 for the first time, I thought it was absolutely beautiful planet. I really loved it. It's kind of strange, right? That you are in a supposedly dangerous system with such beautiful planets. This is the planet where I believe we should merge orchestra with synths and vocals and just create a classy but modern experience. There's some eerie sounds in it, but everything very subtle. I don't want people to feel, oh, this is so beautiful, or is it so scary? And then eventually the music may come into that.
I mean, I like what they've done with the audio engine in general when it behaves. Right? Based on what you're doing, it impacts the music. And then, of course, you have themes for locations as well. So it's a multi-level, multi-tiered approach, which is pretty cool.
Pyro 4 is a bit more alien. Beautiful. free. I want people to feel slightly uneasy, but still admire the beauty of Pyre 4, and make sure people understand we are in a very alien world. The way I did it was very smooth orchestra, very simple, and just trying to give players like a cathartic experience. Just be there and admire the art that was done for that world. And then in the second part of the track, I'm a pianist, so I tried to use the synths, but in a pianist way, which is not so often used, because many times when you hear synth, either they are doing very long lines, like the old classics, or ARPs, which are automated arpeggios. And I try to do it just freely, without any tempo. Just me playing the synth. I love the results. I want people, when they go to Pyre for the first time, I want people to feel that it's a completely new system, and it's a beautiful system. It's probably some of the best art I've seen for a planet in any game. I wanted it to be experienced. I hope people enjoy that. I want music just to be a companion to your adventures in this new system.
So what we learned this week? Well, that depends. If you've never played Star Citizen before, you've learned that Pedro is our amazing composer for the persistent universe, that his work brings depth and emotion and the very essence of life itself to every adventure you undertake, and that his work gets more dynamic and ambitious every year. If you have played Star Citizen before, well, you've known all this after playing for the first 5 minutes, and we're just here to show some appreciation to the maestro. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
I assume there's nothing sneaky in there. Every once in a while, they like to stick something in there. All right, let's check out this video about crafting and base building.
Hello, everybody. We're back. Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, lucky you. No,
Which is a definite dose of copium.
At the end of our week, and invite our developers on to answer questions from you, the Star Citizen viewer, backer, supporter, player, all that good stuff. On today's show, we have some of my favorite people, the folks behind the crafting and base building systems that were debuted at this year's CitizenCon Crafting Your Home presentation. So without further ado, because we got a lot of meat to get to in this episode, let's introduce our guests, starting with, who wants to go first? Who are you and what do you do? Jacob.
Okay, looks like it's me. Yeah, hi, I'm Jacob, senior gameplay programmer on crafting. And yeah, I work on all kinds of gameplay systems, stuff like life support, salvage, are probably the things I'm best known for. But yeah, now working on crafting.
All right, who's next? Luke.
Hey, so my name is Luke Gijsbertsen. I'm the lead environment artist on the EU locations team, and we are responsible for building the beautiful worlds that the beautiful gameplay systems from the other guys are you can play in.
Okay, and Declan?
Hello. Yeah, my name's Deck. I'm a system designer on base building crafting.
And Torsten.
Hi, I'm Torsten, lead systems designer for the core pillar gameplay system design team.
And what's that do?
Basically,
Designs
that is
pillars, clearly.
it's no, it's the now we have the overarching system design team that is responsible for Squadron and Star Citizen system design team, or system designs, and yeah, that's That's my position.
Good for you. All right. So as we are wont to do, we put up a Spectrum thread earlier this week to collect questions from our Star Citizens. People voted up which ones they wanted to see answered most. You four went through the thread and pulled the ones that were most applicable, that had answers that are in further stages of planning or ready to share with folks today. So if you are wondering, as with every episode of Star Citizen Live, why your show or a specific, or why your show episode question why your question was picked or whatnot, it's simply because we focus on the questions that have answers that are a little further along in the development cycle and stuff like this. It's because we want to make sure that the information we give you is as
in other words, they're not going to pick all the answers that are we don't know yet.
Is change. So with that, we're going to jump right in. You picked a big one to start us off with, so we'll just jump right into it. What can player bases be used for? How will base building integrate with other gameplay features such as mining and trading? Anyone?
Not all at once. Okay, I'll take this one first. Yeah, so this is a big one because we really believe that base building will enable us to really change the universe. The way that players will interact with one another or not want to interact with one another. And it will become, hopefully, more of the backbone of the game, where even if you want to interact with it or not, one way or another, you are always influenced by the gameplay loops of base building. So, for an example, maybe you're just a small miner and you want to just mine your resources and kind of ship that out and make a nice living out of that. Then for you, it might actually be good to have a small little base close by the mining resources to more efficiently do your gathering of your resources and so on. And the cool thing with base building is that we're trying to keep the possibilities as open as possible, so that you can actually choose what you want to do with your bases yourself. So maybe you have these weird bases just tucked away in a universe where it's just like there's no electricity and you just use it to store away some of the stuff you found in the universe. Or maybe it is a more of a sprawling trading hub for you and your organization, or a base just built for the most efficient refining processes or such again.
Well, I mean, I think that Star Citizen base building is going to be very much like Star Wars Galaxies, the town building was, house building, right? I mean, you're essentially looking for, you've got housing, you've got storage, you've got facilities, whether they're repair or refuel or whatever. And then you're going to have points of tactical interest, even if it's just where you're storing your ships. From what they've talked about, and of course they're gonna say some of the same stuff, right? It's going to be what is most convenient to you, and then of course you're going to have the PvP crowd that are going to want to create bases that either are a point of interest that other PvP players and or organizations will want to tackle, or that they can use to launch their attacks from. To be honest, my biggest question about base building is going to continue to be, what do you do when we run out of space? Right? As somebody who started playing MMORPGs with Ultima Online back in the late 90s, early aughts, right? There were only so many housing slots to be had in Ultima Online, and if they were all full, nobody could build a house, right? And there were ways that attrition took care of that over time. People who weren't playing the game anymore, their houses broke down, they got broken into, they got destroyed, or they taxed out or whatever, right? And it'll be interesting to see how that's going to play into Star Citizen, particularly as we come into a 1.0 live environment and a lot of people are playing. I suspect that no matter what CIG thinks they have done in order to provide enough places for bases to be built, there won't be enough places for bases to be built. Either that, or there are going to be the places that are PvP attackable, and there will be an awful lot of turnover at those locations for at least the first stretch. So it's going to be an interesting time. It's going to be a very interesting time, I think. Some people are going to be very excited about it, and some people are going to be very, very unhappy. Although they do say some stuff in this later on anyway. They talk about instancing and all of that. I haven't heard the details, just the echoes of the rumors, but we'll see.
The guys know a little bit more about the specific processes, but from a visual perspective, what we're really trying to do is to just give you a beautiful base template that you then can let your imagination on loose and kind of use it the way you want to use it as a player, even though it might be.
They're definitely going to have to be careful with it. And part of the problem with base building is that we're approaching the point where base building is one of those things that's going to come online with 1.0, after 1.0, and once the game is live in 1.0, and we're talking about no hard resets, if they get it wrong, if they fumble it hard, it's going to have really harsh ramifications, right? Because you can imagine in 1.0, there's not going to be any resets anymore, right? So that means that if they screw up the launch with base building, then it's going to be really hard to recover. So PvP can break a system, yeah, and it's a primary consideration of Star Citizen from the outset. Now they'll talk about the different types of locations and where PvP is going to be impacted and all that later, from my understanding. So we'll see, but it's going to be really touchy. It would be one thing if we were certainly going to be in the 4.0 cycle still and not 1.0, and they release base building, right? That would be the ideal circumstance to me, because that means that they would have a chance to see how everybody is going to wreck it. Because I guarantee you, if you offer an open world game to a bunch of players, they are going to absolutely demolish your expectations. This is a game developer, right? There are going to be 8 million ways that people are going to use outposts, that player controlled bases outposts, that CIG is not expecting, right? So hopefully they can get this going pretty far into the middle of the 4.0 cycle before we go 1.0, because I guarantee you that no matter how thorough they are, when they release it, players are going to do stuff, and CIG is going to be like, oh my God, we didn't even think about that. We got to do something about that. That's not going to fly. That's a disaster. It's absolutely going to be the case. So
Be very different than other players.
Yeah, I think you really hit on it there. It's very much a base can be used for whatever you want to use it for. That will provide options for you to do all kinds of stuff with it, and there should be, or is likely to be, relevant links into pretty much any kind of gameplay that you can think of.
So we're
Actually, adding to that.
Go ahead.
Adding to that, it's a growing feature in addition to what we have already, right? So every gameplay loop that we have will be also have its representation in the not every, but most of the gameplay features that we have will probably have a representation in the base building aspect, and the bigger our game grows, the more features are introduced, they will also find a slot in the base, in your base.
And so,
Yeah.
so we're talking about. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, even if you don't have your own base, it's still impactful because you'll be visiting the other people who have made their bases and using their facilities. So even if you're not doing the work, it's still an inch.
Yep, you're going to be in a neighborhood and you're going to need to refuel, so you'll go there to refuel, you'll go there to repair, you're going to need to go buy new weapons, you're going to need to go buy new armor that's crafted by this player or that player. Somebody's got ship components, somebody has ships. It's because, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys played Star Wars Galaxies, but it was the first MMORPG that I played where the player economy, where the economy was driven by the players, right? We gathered the resources, and the quality of resources that you gathered helped determine the quality of the produce, right? And then that stuff was sold, and you'd go to somebody's house and they would have a shop NPC and you could buy weapons there, and you'd know that this guy at this location on Tatooine, he had all the best weapons, right? And that's exactly the kind of thing that they're talking about here in Star Citizen. And except that we're talking about a universe where potentially not only are you going to want to go there to buy from this guy? If you have a buddy who's a competitor, they may want to attack that place to try and gain any resources that are left at the location, or even trying to obstruct his business as a competitor. So adding the level of PvP that they want to has really deep ramifications for the potential gameplay in the future. Just as, like, you know, even if you're in a high-sec location, you're going to have to consider your pricing there, right? Because there may be some place that's more convenient that has weapons that are almost as good, and they're going to go there instead of going all the way to high security, or maybe they're not welcome in high security. You know what I mean? There's a lot of deep potential there in the open world gameplay, a part of it. And then, of course, there's the whole thing where sometimes the instinctive nature is like, if you really want the game to succeed, you have to kind of let players do their own thing, which means that you have to tamp down on some of the PvP. And the problem there is that if you don't allow there to be attrition for the bases and the outposts, then you wind up with whole swaths of dead outposts that nobody's even, you know, that nobody's using anymore because those people aren't playing the game, or maybe they're still playing the game, but instead of managing their outpost anymore, now they're off in frickin' Magnus doing other gameplay elements, and it's just sitting here gathering dust, right? So there's a lot of stuff that's got to come into play there that CIG is going to have to figure out, and I fully expect it to be a shit show at the outset. I don't see how it couldn't be. Right, now they have, I keep seeing the thumbnails, I think it might have been a tomato video that I probably haven't watched yet because I haven't watched this yet, where it said they don't want Rust in space. So I'm kind of interested to see what all these ramifications are, and obviously I'm keen to talk about it even though I'm half educated. Let's see what they say.
Interesting thing for you to use.
So we're talking player housing, obviously. Refining bases, fabrication bases for crafting, which we'll get into more today. Hunting lodges for people who want to go out and take out the fauna and stuff. Logistics, you mentioned storage stuff. It's basically, and then it goes on and on and on. It's whatever folks want to use their bases for.
Well, there will definitely be some Rust in space for sure, where that kind of gameplay can happen, right? Low sec, mid sec, wherever it is that PvP can happen. There are some people that are going to be like, I want to do it hard mode, right? You see some of the people that post on X and Spectrum and all that. I think about what's his name? Shit, I can't think. There's a guy that has kind of tried to become one of those PvP milestone guys that talks about how the orgs are doing and all that stuff, right? That guy's all hard mode. If it's not hard mode, it sucks. Is that guy really going to be one of those guys that tries to build a base someplace where there isn't any planetary shield and is constantly getting stomped on? Or does his organize have what it takes to actually continue to hold on to an outpost like that, right? There's going to be some really, really, really intense locations, I think, at least in the early days. We'll have to see how it holds out over the long haul, because that stuff can be exhausting. They have confirmation that bases in high security cannot be damaged or stolen from in any way. Right. As long as you keep up with taxes, right? Which is the traditional MMORPG housing thing, right? Like I think about Final Fantasy XIV, which is a completely different kind of game. Excuse me, there's housing in 14, and there are limited slots for housing, right? So one of the things that people do if they decide they want to build a guild house, that's not what they call them. They call them companies, right? It's not the grain company. It's the company. I can't even think of what it's called, but the guild thing. If they want a house, they got to go find a place to put it. And one of the things that they do is they stroll the neighborhoods and see what houses are fixing to be open, and then there's an auction for it, right? So there's a little bit of economic PvP there for people who are trying to grab these choice spots. And we're going to see some of that kind of stuff even in high security where the structures can't be damaged. I imagine a universe where probably I would have a fallback location that's going to be secure, where I can keep a backup start location, right? And then I'm going to want someplace on the fringe that's more exploration. I'm not necessarily interested in trying to have an outpost someplace around high value resources, so much as wanting to find a really beautiful spot that I can build an outpost that's out of the way, that most people won't be driven to try and take it from me, and then I'll do what I can do about providing defense for it, right? Because that's the exploration side of the gameplay that I'm after. That's what brought me to the game in the first place. And then hopefully, as part of an organization, whether it's IMI or something else down the road, I want to be involved in the base warfare, right? Because I think that's going to be the most intense in-game PvP elements, right? It's going to be good stuff. Said even high sec basis. Yeah, and there are some people that are going to say that. And the truth of the matter is that I want to be one of those guys that say that no matter where you are in the game, there is risk, right? Now, in high security, it might be very, very, very small risk. But until we have a sense of how well CIG can present a high security defense force as NPCs, we're not really going to know how realistic that is, right? Because if we had the UEE and the advocacy and whatever Terra, Earth Force, whatever is there to defend, if they can stomp a mud hole in even a moderate size of talented players, then I think we could be in a situation where I think CIG could say, yes, your base could be attacked by even on Terra or Earth, right? If the NPC defenses were going to be strong, because at that point you would need to have a very strong player-run effort to really impact those locations anyway. Because as soon as your players show up, start attacking in high sec, NPCs are going to swarm them and take them out, right? But if NPCs are never really a threat to the skilled players, then we can't have that. Then we have to have an artificial high security where you just can't do it, right? So I'm open to both potential, but it really, I don't think we're going to know for sure exactly where that line is drawn, if there is a line, until we have a better sense of where that is going to be. Because they're absolutely catering overall to the wider public, right? So those of us that are more PvP, we're not the target. We're on the outside of that, right? The mainstream is where the target is, because that's where the money is. And anybody that doesn't realize that isn't paying attention. Chris Roberts wants what Chris Roberts, but part of what Chris Roberts wants is a healthy company and a healthy game, right? Yes. Well, like I said, it would all depend on how effective it is. Because the other thing is that like you and me building a facility someplace in high security means, first of all, in high security, whatever resources that we have available are going to be less valuable, right? Because they're a lot more valuable out in the fringe where there's a lot less of them, right? So Shadow Moses isn't all that likely to decide to raid Shadow Wolf's facility on a Terra or wherever it is that you wind up being in high security, because there's just not enough there to justify it. Yes, there is always going to be a certain element of the society that's going to kill everybody that they can kill just because they can do it. But if there was enough resistance to that built into the system, it would still be a lot less likely to happen. Those people are always going to choose the easy target. And that means the convenient target when they can get there quickly and they can do the most damage and they can impact the most people. They reverted no missiles on claim. They'll roll it back to no missiles on claim eventually, I guarantee you. You watch. I mean, in fairness, right now, the game may not be ready for some of that stuff. I definitely missed it. What's Sunlion doing? Re-added ship ordinances, torpedoes, missiles, bombs, and ship insurance claims and EPTU. We'll revisit this. Okay. Well, so they caved. I'm actually a little disappointed that they caved, although I'm not terribly shocked. Right? I mean, I'm okay with that right now because I remember when the last time they bumped up claim times and costs, right? Lack of manual control of ordnance, countermeasures for every single. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I can understand the argument for at this time not being a good time to do it. Right? I can agree. I do think that we're going to get to that point, though, because part of diminishing the backspacers, part of diminishing the people who just want to claim it rather than maintain it, is going to be that, right? Because if you, and I agree that I don't think it's the Polarises. The Eclipses are a much bigger driver, I think, in this particular little argument because, people are torping their ERTs and then just claiming the ship, and they're going to go back to doing that very thing. But yeah, and you didn't have a choice, right? I totally agree that that's an issue, and I feel like there should be a UE right there for it already, right? Because I mean, we've got pad services and we have a manual button for fuel. We just need a manual button for restock and even repair, right? So, we'll get there. I'm a little disappointed that they rolled it back, but like I was going to say, the last time that they bumped claim times and claim costs, I was like, yeah, good. Because that means there's more ramifications to getting blown up. And then within that first play session, I went to fly out of a hangar and blew up, right? And then I had to go claim that ship. And wasn't going to wait for that ship, and I went and got another ship and flew away and then crashed into an invisible asteroid in Hex, and my ship was destroyed. And with both of those on timers, I went to a third ship and went to the mission and got wrecked at the mission. I jumped to a location and came out of quantum into an asteroid. So in a period of 5 minutes, I had 3 ships destroyed, none of which were my fault. And then all of a sudden, all of the ships that I wanted to use were subject to the extended claim times. And I was like, all right, fine. I admit it. It's too early for that. So we could well be in the same situation. Maybe it's too early to roll that way with the missiles, but we'll get there. Yeah, we'll absolutely get there. And maybe a lot sooner than some people are willing to admit, because stuff's going to be moving along here at a pretty good clip, or there's zero chance we're going to hit any kind of 26 target date. So we'll see. Thank y'all for giving me the heads up on that. That's kind of good to know. I am equal parts understanding and disappointed, though. What is my wife pinging me about? Something totally unrelated. Okay. All right.
There will be some way, shape, or form to support that in most cases.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. One of the big questions that folks had, we're, of course, on our journey to 4.0 right now. Folks are watching.
I mean, the real answer to what are bases going to be for, or whatever you want them to be for, that was their answer, which is that's the nature of the open world sandbox game, right? People are going to find all kinds of crazy ways. And, one of the things that they didn't even mention is just hangout locations, right? Social hubs. Social hubs, I think, are going to be important in the game because there isn't so much of that kind of thing right now. And eventually there will be. Social hubs are going to be where people are going to want to hang out. And nearby locations to social hubs are going to be some of the best places to have shops if you want to be able to sell stuff to people. So one of the problem they had trying to assess with Polaris Motorhome was with Polaris and Lunar Dude. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be a thing. And I mean, to be honest, what I said in response to one of the posts that Moore posted that was a response to the cost of the missiles was we're in the same boat with the Polaris that we were with this ship, with the Ares, right? Where they're introducing ships that don't really have gameplay yet. I mean, there's more stuff for the Ares to do now than there was when it was launched, but you're still talking about a ship that is intended to shoot at large ships. And now that we have more large ships, there really isn't a lot of stuff for those large ships to do. And people who have large ships still want to play the game. And then you wind up with idle hands and all of that, right? So, yeah, I agree. I do think they should iterate it. However, I do feel like they should start iterating it now, right? And that's something I've thought all along. It's like fuel costs are still laughable. As a matter of fact, I actually do not agree with the way that they're handling quantum fuel in the game now. They've normalized most of the quantum fuel tanks. Arguably, the Intrepid might have too large a fuel reservoir, but they've made essentially smaller fuel reservoirs. And what I think they actually should have done is make fuel expensive, especially outside of the hubs, right? The further you get away from New Babbage, Lorville, Area 18, and Orison, fuel should get dramatically more expensive. Even just going to the moons, fuel should be like twice as expensive as it is in the cities. And then obviously we'd be talking about more if you're at distant outposts once we have pyro and all of that. Because if fuel was a lot more expensive, it would leave a lot, if there was more range, but on the high end was a lot more expensive. There would be more room for starfarers to make business. But also people would think a little bit more about what ship they're going to take and how far they're going to go and where they're going to go and where they're going to wind up as far as where fuel costs are concerned, right? So I think that CIG needs to start iterating all of that stuff so that logistics can become a part of the gameplay, because it needs to be. If logistics isn't part of the considerations of the gameplay, then we're never going to have any kind of balance when it comes to small efforts versus large efforts, right? The larger an effort is, the more expensive it is, the larger the reward, the more forethought there should be encouraged to be amongst the players indulging in that large effort to get the maximum benefit out of all of it. In any mission outside global events, yes. Like I said, there's like potentially one regular mission in the entire verse that a Polaris is that should even be part of, and that is the Idris and the Eckhart chain. And since I don't think that Idris is full spec, even then the Polaris probably shouldn't be part of it. But that would be it. That would be the one mission where I'd go, okay, well, that's fine. It's a mission against a large ship. I wouldn't give anybody a hard time for wanting to pull the Polaris out for that. The disadvantage to the Polaris being able to be refilled and restocked on every claim right now is that what difference does it make? I got 28 size 10 torps on board. I'm going to torp somebody with a size 10. Granted, if they're paying attention, they shouldn't be getting hit by a size 10, but that's the nature of the beast. Yeah, I mean, Polaris should be too expensive to want to pull out for ERTs, right? I mean, I actually think that maybe ERTs are an appropriate place for an Eclipse to be used, but they seem to be implying that they're in targeted costs of size 9s, maybe not. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I didn't think that it even had full hit points. Yeah. So the Arlington Idris is still way too... Of course, to be perfectly honest, I would like to believe that here at some point in the near future, the Arlington Idris will be a real Idris. Right? At least then there would be a mission that people could use. Of course, then what? Then we'll have all these people just capturing the Arlington Idris even more than they are now. I don't know. CIG, like, this is a perfect example of what we were talking about. As soon as you give the players a chance, as soon as you expose something to the players, they're going to find a different way to use it. They're going to jack the Idris, and they're going to blockade space stations. They're going to steal the mission Idris, and they're going to put it in their hangar and keep it there. You know what I mean? It's just, that's the player base.
watching the PTU for the next wave and release and the eventual publication of 4.0. The big question I saw probably most commonly after CitizenCon was, how does all this work with shards?
Yep, this is a big one indeed. I think I saw this asked 20 odd times. So the plan is that every base, every plot of land, every extraction pot will be visible across all the shards within a region. And then a lot of the functionality of the base will also be available across all the shards within a region. So if I make a base and I set up a shop, people on other shards can come visit and use my shop. The exception is going to be raiding and attacking a base. This can only occur on a single shard, and which shard that is dynamic based on the rule set. The easiest rule, as always, is the owner online. Then the raid can only occur on that owner's shard. This means...
Okay, I want to roll that back just a second.
Across all the shards within a region. And then a lot of the functionality of the base will also be available across all the shards within a region. So if I make a base and I set up a shop, people on other shards can come visit and use my shop. The exception is going to...
Okay, so the beginning of that, he is saying that if I have an outpost in plot number 1 on Microtech, plot number 1 on Microtech is occupied by my outpost on all shards, right? So that means that it's not going to be, you know, it's not Bob's on shard 57 and Steve is on, shard 52 and Susan is on shard 78. It's going to be my outpost in plot 1 on every single shard, right? Which means that everybody in the whole game will see that's my shop, my spot, right?
Going to be raiding and attacking a base. This can only occur on a single shard, and which shard that is dynamic based on the rule set. The easiest rule, as always, is the owner online. Then the raid can only occur on that owner's shard. This means that if I'm on another shard and I rock up with a gun and I shoot the base, it'll prompt me, you'll have to change shard in order to attack this base. Obviously, as shards increase, we see this less and less, but the advantage of that is that you'll never be in this scenario where your shard, you're not able to defend your base. You'll always be able to defend your base in this scenario.
And if you're...
Okay, now, to me, there was 2 pieces of information that he presented there, and they aren't necessarily compatible. Okay, now I know that there's a lot of people that are saying that what they've said here, and I'll listen to the rest of it too, because maybe they get into some more detail. But what I know a lot of people were upset about is that means you can only attack a base where the person that owns the base is. That is not what he said at the beginning. What he said at the beginning is only one shard of that base can be attacked at a time, which I actually think is essential, because if you were to do it other ways, right, you could potentially have a base on shard 1, Shadow Moses could be attacking that base on shard 2, and then Ram might roll up on shard 3 and attack that base, and then that base is being attacked by both Ram and Shadow Moses. And what should actually happen there is then Shadow Moses and Ram should have to deal with each other, either cooperatively or competitively, while they're attacking that base. So they would all need to be in the same shard, right? So I am totally on board with the notion of that a base can only be attacked in one shard at a time. Now, the downside to this is that if you happen to know that Ram and Shadow Moses are about to roll up on this base, and you can get to shard 4, and then you start plink, plink, plinking the base with your freaking railgun, that means that neither one of those orgs from shards 2 or 3 can attack that base. And I hope the CIG keeps that in mind, because what's going to happen there is people will find a way to use that defensively, right? Now, the other thing there is that doesn't mean, the first half of what he said there doesn't mean that the shard that's being attacked is necessarily only limited to when that guy is online. He just said that's the simplest rule. Now, he did turn around afterwards and say that means that, you know what I mean? Yes, right. But it doesn't change the fact that if that shard's full, right? Maybe, I mean, you know, let's just say it's a mining org, right? And one of the big PvP orgs decides to attack that base. Those guys may not have a ready group of defenders, but if they have a ready group of players to show up and hog slots in that shard, that could still be defensive. Now, that is all going to depend on how things work as far as how shard populations work. Dynamic game servers should allow that to be handled in a different way, because if we've got 100 people at Planet Bob and everybody is suddenly attacking Steve's outpost, then we could need to spin up a separate shard for Steve's outpost separate from Planet Bob, right? So, you know, with dynamic game servers, eventually that would be less of a potential strategy. However, if we're talking about static server meshing and you can only have 250 people at Planet Bob no matter what, you know what I mean? However, the bigger concern that I have, the more long-term concern that I have, is what he's saying right now is you should always have a chance to defend. Now, as long as that means that if Shadow Moses is attacking my base and I log in at my base, it should put me in Shadow Moses' shard because they're attacking, and that gives me a chance to defend. Not necessarily meaning if I'm not logged in, they can't attack, right? I have a chance to defend, and assuming eventually, like the stupid phone games, you're being attacked, you have a chance to log in and defend, right? So it is going to depend. Let me listen to what he's saying here again.
Attack this base. Obviously, as shards increase, we see this less and less, but the advantage of that is that you'll never be in this scenario.
Well, that's my question in what we've heard in this conversation. I do think that that'll probably be impacted by the security level, but that's what I'm trying to hear, is if there's more clarification there, because that is kind of where I have a question, because the first half of what he had to say doesn't necessarily specify that. The second half of what he had to say there might. Just know I can have a base with more than an empty, right? Yeah, I mean that, and obviously in high security, that's kind of what we expect, that you'll be able to have a safe location. So, I mean, we're really getting into a point here where we're talking about a lot of gray area because we ain't there yet. I mean, this is
where your shard, you're not able to defend your base. You'll always be able to defend your base in this scenario.
And if you're offline or there's a representation of your base in another shard, it's basically just a visual replica in those places.
Yeah, but people can also still use it, so the shops will still be functioning, that kind of thing. It's just when it comes to attacking, it all has to occur on a single shard.
Interesting. And I can already see half the comments already in response to that answer. There's still a road ahead between now and the release of base building and crafting. I promise you we will revisit this topic with more and more context on how that will work as server meshing comes online and the technology continues to evolve. As with everything, there's a plan today. As the technology progresses, that may change or evolve over time, but that's the current implementation that we're working towards, and you can guarantee we'll be talking about it again between now.
Yeah, okay, because I don't necessarily think that what he said necessarily means you can't be attacked if you're offline. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying there, Q. I don't. I do think it will probably depend on where you are and what the plans are. Because, like, if they make it clear that a null-sec base is always going to be at risk, right? At least until if they're not protected by planetary defense shields, because the whole planetary defense shield thing is something that's a hot topic with some people as well. That's totally different than saying your base on Earth is always going to be a risk, right? I think it's going to depend, but I don't think we know enough yet because we're going to need to see how all of this plays out. But I do agree that for the mainstream audience that Star Citizen has now and has been gathering now for years, I don't think anything in the universe is fair game is acceptable at this point. Well, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying there, but I don't know that that's necessarily going to matter if you decide to stay on the fringe, bleeding edge of, null-sec securities. We'll have to see. But see, that's exactly the way some games work. And on the subject of whale games, right? I could show you, of course, I don't have it installed. I could show you a game that I could run on my phone that has exactly that in place now, right? Star Trek Fleet Command, which has got some freaking whales in it. Make no mistake, there may not be Star Citizen level whales, but we're talking about people who will spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month on that freaking game. If they don't have a shield up on their base, they can be attacked anytime, right? Now, they do have the option to have a shield up and running, right? So as long as they provide that here, which is what planetary defense shields sound like to me, as long as you're willing to cough up for the shield, whether that's earning it in game or whatever, then your base is safe. We'll have to see how it plays out. No. I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from, but we're entering a threshold where there's some stuff where I would point at CIG and say, that's a you problem. That's a you problem, and I don't care. That's a you problem. Stuff needs to work within expectations for me, even if that's a you problem. And then we enter an area at some places where it becomes a me problem. And other people who are playing the game can do what they're going to do. And if I don't like it, that's a me problem, right? And if you build a base in a high demand area that's also low sec, that's something that you need to consider before you decide to build a base. Because some areas, I believe, probably will be exposed 100% of the time, unless shield, whatever that means. We don't know what that means yet. So I don't want to see Star Citizen become a game where somebody can spend months setting something up, and just because of one mistake, it's all gone, right? I don't want to see that either. And I think it would be really unhealthy for the game if that was the case. I think that if that becomes the case, the griefers win, and the rest of the community tends to kind of wander away, right? So health-wise, I don't think that that's a good place. I think by and large, for most of the game, you're going to some degree, have a choice how much you're going to be exposed. I actually firmly believe that probably the planetary defense shields are going to be the way that they protect it. I think that it could be one of those things where a large effort could change the environment to such a way that maybe you could wind up at risk when you originally weren't. But that's so far down the road as to not be a concern. Well, no, and that might be part of what the problem is too, right? Is maybe there does need to be some kind of a benefit. I don't know what it could be, but I do think that we're probably talking about a game kind of like a situation kind of like what STFC has, where as long as you remember to pop a shield, you're probably going to be fine. I don't know how you could structure that in such a way that offline base rate is. I mean, I don't know. We're getting into multiple levels of what ifs at this point, because we don't even know for sure, you know, how much damage can be done to a base, how much can they steal? Are we talking about, are they going to be able to level the thing to parking lot status and steal literally everything or not too? I think we'll have to see how it all plays out. But I absolutely don't think that the people who want it to be hardcore Rust are going to get what they want. I don't really, I mean, it's very, very video gamey and kind of, I don't know what to think about that, because I really don't. I agree with that too. I'm very concerned about, you know, pay to win, right? And some of that smacks of that a bit. So, yeah, I don't know, because, well, I mean, that's just it though, is that if the org has to win the rights to the shields every month, yeah, but what does that mean then, right? I mean, you know, if RAM has these shield rights on Pyro 4, and then, you know, you've got all your RAM people on the planet there with their headquarters, and then another org comes along, Shadow Moses comes along and challenges them for the rights and manages to win them. What does that mean? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of questions. I mean, as an example, Star Trek Fleet Command, if you shield your base and then go attack somebody else's, even one of their ships, let alone their base, it automatically pops your shield base, right? So, you know, there's potentially ways that, not that there's a lore explanation for that. It's a video gamey game, right? But I mean, I don't know, man. We are, like I said, we're entering levels of what if that it really depends on what they're going to do with any of it. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I would love to see the ability to be a little bit more independent of whatever the shield system is, right? That could be a backup plan. Maybe it's an overarching plan. I shouldn't necessarily have to buy into whoever it is that owns the shield system in a given month to be sure that I have any security at all on my base. So it would be kind of nice to have our own independence to some degree as well. Oh, no. I mean, I absolutely agree. And as I said, even setting aside SIG's miscalculations, right? Anytime you put a plan together, that plan will be destroyed the first time it's exposed, right? Somebody will come along with a new idea and you'll go, okay. I mean, I know this is somebody who was a dungeon master for a lot of years, right? I could have a complete scenario worked out for hours of gameplay, and in the first 15 minutes, one of the players would do something and it'd be like, all right, whatever, let me throw away the plan. It's seat of the pants time. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yep. So I don't know. We're going to have to see how it plays out. I have concerns, but I believe CIG will get it handled. The real question for me is how bumpy will the road be before they smooth it out?
In the release. What will this look like in, well, so this is just a follow-up. So how will this look like in terms of offline raiding and base defenses? Is there any aspect of this, if I just don't log in, is my stuff just always safe? Is there some decay timer? Is there some danger? How do you get rid of old decrepit bases that are just abandoned?
Yeah, so if you are in the scenario where your base is in a lawless area and you haven't secured the planetary shield tech from the previous week's station warfare, then you are open to be raided whether you're online or offline. You can create your own defenses to deter that. You will be able to create your own shielding, which forces them into a ground assault, walls to delay the ground assault, turrets and such. And then it could be the case where they're raiding the base and they don't actually know what's available to loot. They don't know what's in your storage, so it would be wise to occasionally take your valuables out of the lawless area and haul them back to a more safer spot like Terra or Stanson. But if you find yourself open like that, you can be raided.
Okay.
See, there's a lot of vagary in there, and probably the most concerning part of that I heard was weekly wars, right? And part of that is the nature of the beast when it comes to MMOs, right? Because I think about New World as just an example. We have territory wars in New World, and companies in New World control towns and territories, right? And other companies from the opposing factions can declare war on them if they earn the right to do so, right? And overall, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter a whole lot to anybody playing the game which company controls the towns, right? Because the housing in that game is instanced, and no matter what, it doesn't impact your housing. So that's a completely different kind of environment. I'm not sure that planning on doing it weekly, and obviously this is all still conjecture, CIG may decide it needs to be monthly or whatever, right? It sounds like an awful lot of activity for potential, like, very impactful change to people who might have an outpost. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's going to require an awful lot of consideration here by CIG, and I don't know how they're really going to make it work unless, see, because, like, again, I'm coming back to existing scenarios from other games. Like New World, you with your company can decide that my window for wars is this time, right? So if my window for wars is 7 p.m. until 10 p.m., right? So people can choose to declare a war on me, but I get to choose the when they're available to do that. I feel like there's going to have to be some kind of a consideration there. I don't feel like it's going to be practical for it to be just 24/7, unless we're talking about, the fringe of fringe. I don't know, man. Yeah. Well, and I mean, to be honest, I think that's going to be a lot of it. Especially if there's only a handful of systems, right? Because like the less real estate there is to be available, the more competition that there's going to be, which means the more friction that there's going to be, as much bad as good. So I don't know. I mean, this is, and again, the whole conversation that we're having about outposts is, it's all hopium because we're not even anywhere near there. But there's a lot of very strong considerations to have here. That's what it sounds like, given what they've said so far, but I don't even know what that means, right? What does that even mean? So that means that, my Viking organization can manage to win the shield rights for that planet and then just say, fuck y'all, we're turning all the shields off. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, there's big implications there. Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly what that means. How much control will they have? Is it all the shields are going to be on this planet, or they're going to be off? Because, I mean, at least if it's, well, you just got to decide to turn the shields off on Pyro 4, everybody's at risk then. And maybe that's a risk you're willing to take, because that means everybody's going to get knocked off the Blue Buckets planet. You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. Yeah. And I mean, I'm okay with the notion of guild wars, because that's what we're talking about. Org wars being a thing all across the verse. I don't know, man. The ramifications are still kind of up in the air. Not hard to keep the tokens when you're invulnerable. Yeah, I don't know. It all depends on how they're going to play this stuff out. I would be really curious to see where their current design document is, right? I would love to be able to dig into the nitty gritty and know what their plan is. And the other side of that is I wonder how scared I would be of how little they have planned. Because this is not a small thing. There's going to be an awful lot of moving parts.
I like how these first questions are all about how do I destroy and pillage other people's bases. Not about how do I live my life in these bases. How do these bases make my life better and more enjoyable? The first questions right off the bat are, how do I take it away from somebody else?
It's great. We spent so much love and work in order to make the most beautiful bases, and now we're talking all about just getting rid of it. Great.
Yep.
And that's, of course, like I said, the lawless systems like Pyro and stuff. Now, we did introduce, and you just mentioned the idea of planetary shields. What's our current plan for how those will work in high security systems versus low security systems?
Yeah, so the plan is with planetary shield tech that if you have it, your base is immune to attack, your stuff cannot be stolen, and there's actually 2 layers of shielding going on here. You have a air shield, which prevents bombardments, and then you also have basically it hugs the building, so even if you go through the shield with a tank and try and shoot the building directly, it still won't take damage. So you're very, very, very safe when it comes to planetary shield tech.
Okay.
So
No, I totally agree, Q. I mean,
going on here, you have to attack
I'm sorry, I'm rolling it back. I want to hear this again.
Security systems.
Yeah, so the plan is with planetary shield tech that if you have it, your base is immune to attack, your stuff cannot be stolen, and there's actually 2 layers of shielding going on here. You have a air shield, which prevents bombardments, and then you also have basically it hugs the building, so even if you go through the shield with a tank and try and shoot the building directly, it still won't take damage. So you're very, very, very safe when it comes to planetary shield tech.
Okay, and that's the same for if I build it out in the fields of Hurston, or if I put it on somewhere in Pyro and I have the credits to maintain the shield.
Correct. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Will mining extractors and other processors automate?
Okay, I mean, the whole planetary shield tech thing is in the credits, man. Okay, if we assume that CIG is talking about a planetary shield emitter and company and organization 1 has control of that emitter, right? And they get to decide what do they get to decide? Do they get to decide whether the shields are on or off? They may not even get to decide that, right? Maybe they get to set a price, or maybe they get to be paid a tax based on the people who pay for the shield emitter. Right, because to be honest, that sounds a lot more likely to me. Is that, you know, Shadow Moses is in control of the shield emitter on Pyro 1, right? And if I have to spend 10 credits to maintain a shield from my outpost, that means Shadow Moses gets 1 of them, right? Because they're in control, they get to collect the tax, right? Does Shadow Moses even have the option to say, nah, screw all that, we're just going to turn them off this week? Right? Because if they decide to turn them off, then it doesn't matter what anybody else on Pyro 1 wants. The shields are off. I don't know that I see that happening even in Pyro. Right? I think that probably looking at it from the most mainstream perspective, Now, I'm not even necessarily talking about what I want. I'm talking about from the most mainstream perspective. I think what we're talking about here is they get paid a tax, and that's all they get to decide, right? And that essentially means that everybody else on Pyro 1, as long as they can pay the credits, will continue to have their invulnerability. That's what I think would be the most likely thing to have happen. And maybe they can affect the price. I know, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff to digest here. What did they say in SitCon, though? Because I don't remember exactly what they said. And if you don't want to get it all, try and type all that in, that's fine. It's just because I'd have to go watch it again. I really don't remember what all was said. Because the planetary shield tech thing, when they started talking about it, I have to admit I was doing, really? This is where you guys are going to go with this? That was exactly my reaction. It was like, I was completely surprised. Because to be honest, up until they started talking about that stuff, I was just kind of like, man, this is going to be a mess. Yeah, see, I don't think that's going to stick. I don't think that's, maybe we'll see, I guess. It's just that essentially means that no shields are guaranteed ever at any length of time for more than a week at a time. And then only if you're in the org. I don't know, man. I don't see orgs having the ability to claim whole planets. And that's kind of the implications there. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, maybe it's not the whole planet. Maybe the shield tech is a planetary network and your org can control one of the satellite nodes or something. I don't know. Oh, yeah. No. I mean, you could do an awful lot of damage in a week. I mean, you could, especially some of the orgs out there that are willing to no life it for a week, right? I mean, Ram got 4 golden tickets during that event. 4. One org, and Ram is by no means the largest org, especially not then. Platinum tickets, not golden tickets, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I know that there is a segment of the mindset in the company that wants to respect the PvP-ness, right? But I just don't know how this is going to play out. Out of 10, 4 out of 10. I don't know, dude. I guess we'll see how it pans out. I feel like it's a lot more likely that if they have control, they're going to reap some benefit from that, but not just be able to deny everybody else. I don't think that's the way it's going to play out. And that's purely from an MMO player, decades of MMOs, and seeing how things play out in the long run. Obviously, Star Citizen is its own thing, so we'll see. I think they're going to have to, from a business perspective, keep in mind what the mainstream audience is going to expect. So we'll see. It may all boil down to security risks. It may all boil down to security risks, right? And, security up to medium sec, you're going to have certain expectations. And then after that, all bets are off. We'll have to see how it goes. Because I have a lot more questions now than I do answers. Yeah, well, once armor's in place, I expect that to probably go away. I think it'll be a lot more involved to crack a ship at that point. By the time Maelstrom and everything is coming into play, I think a lot of ships are going to be out of reach of a lot of people unless they can hack. And of course, I don't know when that kind of hacking gameplay is going to come in either. Yeah. Well, that, and I mean, potentially a proper cutting torch. But I don't think that the cutter even works, the Oxy cutter. that's available for the multi-tool. I don't think it even does anything. Yeah, well, I mean, they're talking about security where even if you manage to break into a ship and steal it, within a couple of days, it will stop flying anyway, right? So I don't think... I'm a little bit less worried about that than bases. Bases, because the thing about ships is you can have any number of ships in the verse, right? So having a ship doesn't mean somebody else doesn't have a slot. The real estate thing in a base system like this is, yeah, you can steal a ship and deconstruct it. Free mats. No, I totally get it. And they have also said that you might be able to go to the Pirate Council Pirates or whatever and get some kind of papers for it. Right? But I mean, there's some security built into the notion of it isn't just, right? Because you can already steal ships and pull components out of them. Yeah, well, I mean, we need better than I'm going to take my P4 and just shoot the ramp until it opens, because that whole thing is jank. Well, I mean, you got to remember that it isn't just a matter of players doing this to other players, right? I want to be able to see if the ships that I defeat have got upgrades for me, right? I mean, that's all MMORPGs. You're hoping to get gear upgrades by defeating mobs, right? Just so happens that in some cases, we're not talking about mobs, we're talking about other players. So, I mean, you got to keep all that in mind too, because we're talking about a system where NPCs and players are all supposed to be interacted with in the same way. Oh, no. It should absolutely be hard mode, at least when it comes to your consequences. Yeah, obviously not all PvP is hard because some players are potatoes. But the consequences need to be pretty serious. I agree with that. But risk versus reward. Then CIG is absolutely... I'm sorry, they're the other way from me right now because I'm on the other side of the screen. The CIG has absolutely failed so far to deliver on anything even remotely like risk versus reward. So, well, yeah, I mean, you know, it all depends on how things go. I am a pro PvP person, but I'm a pro gameplay person first. I mean, you guys see, especially lately, I do a lot more general gameplay than I do PvP, partly because PvP is hard to have these days. It's hard to find it, although obviously it's available in Pyro right now. But, you know, you saw the PvP that I was getting earlier today was what? Somebody was sniping me somewheres. Well, I mean, you know how I feel about that is pilot skill matters a huge amount. These sabers should have a lot of advantages to avoiding the Aurora. As far as killing the Auroras, that you still got to point the guns, but you've got larger guns, you've got more shields. So, I mean, there needs to be a balance there. But, you know, an Aurora should be able to... I mean, the Saber should be able to leave against the Aurora for sure. Well, that needs to change for sure, right? I mean, I agree that there's a lot of that going on, but I don't expect that's the way things are going to be. I think ships are going to be a lot harder to destroy. I think ships are going to be a lot harder to disable. Soft death is a joke. You know, so I think that will change in a big way. I think that the increased time to kill and even the increased time to disable is going to make some people unhappy. Right? But that's the Arena Commander crowd. And I still think that Arena Commander should eventually change so it is literally an arcade version of Star Citizen, so those people can have the environment that they want to have as far as time to kill and popping each other and flying around and doing all the AC stuff all day long if that's what they want to do. But in the persistent universe, even, you know, if you're being absolutely dominated by Vexian or Echo, that we should be talking about a somewhat protracted combat, because that means that people will be a lot less likely to do that just to do it, right? Yeah, fair point, right? I mean, I don't know how much these guys are actually thinking about where we're going in the long run, so, or A1, yeah. Right? I mean, it's not about time to kill. People who have a one-track time to kill mindset, they're playing the wrong game. They should be more concentrated on Arena Commander. This is an MMORPG, and one shot, one kill is not what we're after. If they want to do 360 no-scope headshots, likewise, they should go play another game for that. That's not, we already see that changing in Star Citizen as well. It's a lot harder to kill somebody even with a sniper rifle. Even if you avoid glint, right? Yeah, we'll have to see how it all turns out. I do think that you'll be able to tune your ships to be a lot harder to detect. The crafting stuff is totally going to change the mix. I mean, when I started backing Star Citizen, I expected a game that was mostly about skill, right? Like 97% skill, 3% materials, right? And we're talking about ships, ammo, and then you know, we got to see more differentiation with components, and I thought, okay, we're talking about 80% skill, you know, 15% components and ships, and then, you know, whatever. And now the waters have gotten muddied even more, but I'm okay with that. As somebody who plays MMOs for decades, right? If we're going to have a mainstream appeal, if we're going to have a much bigger game, then I think we're going to see the crafted stuff, especially, become much more impactful. But there are people who are going to be really unhappy about that, because there are people that are just going to want, you know, a Tarkov and COD level. I'm a better shot, so I'm going to win. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, to be competitive, I think you are going to need to have the best components. But that's already been the case. People don't fly around in their ships with grade D and E components, right? I mean, I don't know that necessarily means that you won't be able to kill people because you're running middle of the road components. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but we're going to have to see how the impact is. You know, when they started, I mean, to be honest, when they started talking about quantum boost in that video the other day, and it being a range of existing nav mode speeds to up to 1/10 of quantum speeds, and that being determined significantly by the grade of the components involved, that's a huge range. So that does leave me with big questions about how much does gear matter. Yeah, they did talk about small percentages previously, and I think that'll probably be the case. Speed is just one thing, right? But I am concerned when it comes to quantum boost being a thing, right? Not nav mode. It won't be. It'll be quantum boost, because that actually is going to be an important window, right? Because you're not going to be able to get away if somebody running tier 5 engines can exceed your speed while they still have guns, right? Especially if you have to give up shields in order to get away. we're going to have to see how all of that works out. Now, I do think that there's room in the envelope for the combat players. Quantum boost jousting incoming? Yeah, maybe. I do think that there's room in the envelope for the bleeding edge combat players who want, if they can find the right balance for quantum boost and still having guns, they'll be doing that without shields, right? And if they're engaging each other at those speeds, because that's the level of speed that they want for their engagements, then we could leave them room for their short time to disable versus combat with shields. I don't know. Like I said, I have a lot of questions about where all of this is going. We're talking about a whole lot of what ifs, again, with the crafting and how much is it actually going to matter? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Because it's what? It's 3 tiers of ships, 5 tiers of components. That's what they said, right? Well, that depends on how quantum boost is actually delivered. Because they're talking about an easy transition from SCM into quantum boost as well. So I have different expectations than just straight line quantum runs. 5 tiers of ships, okay. 3 tiers of components. 3 tiers of gear, oh, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I would like to believe that ships that don't have shields should be scared of weapons pointed at them, whether they're turrets or not, right? Because it should definitely be impactful. Just there's like we are moving towards a place again where there's a lot of question marks because we still don't have armor, right? So all of the existing balance is Mickey Mouse anyway. Because until we get armor in Maelstrom, we don't really know how any of this is going to play out. I wouldn't at all be surprised if by the time we get armor in Maelstrom online, that we're talking about much longer time to kill and time to disable anyway. Which is a two-sided coin, right? Because, I mean, if everybody's more survivable, that's the high side. The downside is kind of stuff may just drag on. Yeah, absolutely agree. We need the full engineering in to come online, and we absolutely need Maelstrom and armor to come online before we can even start to see decent balancing. Yeah, well, I can see that too. And to be honest, that's kind of like where the hammerhead's supposed to be, right? The whole notion of the hammerhead is it's reinforced on the front end so that it's, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. There's a lot of hopium mixed into all of this because I'm actually more concerned about the change with master modes in Quantum Boost than I was with them trying to add master modes, because I think a lot of it is just words, right? It's semantics. We're calling it, operator modes instead of master modes. But them changing tact so quickly, maybe it isn't really a change though, because there's one side of that is, well, it just sounds like nav mode is now going to be quantum boost, and it doesn't really change all that much except you have guns with quantum boost. And if you have guns with quantum boost, then there has to be some level of dogfight in there. Otherwise, there's no reason to have guns, right? That's food for thought as well, because it doesn't matter if I have guns if I can't steer, unless it's purely defensive turrets, which then attacking ships with turrets becomes the meta, because all you got to do is chase in the same direction as somebody else and you can fire at them, but they can't shoot back. There has to be steering. or it's going to be a mess. So, well, now that's the thing, though, Warlock, is that based on what they just said recently about Q-Boost coming online, they made it sound like Q-Boost was going to be a lot easier to swap to than nav mode is now. So hopefully there'll be some spool involved in that, but I don't know what to think at this point. Yeah, but I don't think that that's not my interpretation of quantum boost. Because I think that the quantum boost is going to have to be steerable, even if it's relatively sloppy, right? Dogfighting might not be realistic, but if at the low end of quantum boost, you can run people down and you have guns, then you're talking about combat, right? And I think at the high end of it, you're talking about being able to circumnavigate a planet, because I think they're going to do away with splines altogether. Spline jumps are going to go away. People are going to fly around a planet and fly down to a surface location. But there's multiple things that have been said. So, I mean, even if you, because I mean, that's just like if we talk about this base building stuff. In one half of a comment, he's like, you know, you can only be attacked in one shard. And then in the other half of the comment to say is you always have an opportunity to defend, doesn't necessarily mean that if you're not online, you can't be attacked. There's a lot of speculation in all of this because we don't have working systems, right? Backhaul talk is the concept of a vast majority of ships made moved by MM. Yeah, well, position ships with defensive weapons at your escape. You cannot use them while escaping. They had to fix it. Yeah. Well, I don't disagree with any of that, right? But if it's all about that and none of it is about the A1 crowd, and I don't necessarily want to categorize him alone in that, it's just that he was a very visceral verbal component to the way master modes ended up, right? No disrespect intended. If it isn't at all about the A1 crowd, then that means one thing. If it is even partially about the people who are complaining about speeds and everything's too sluggish, that's a completely different story. I just don't think unsteerable quantum is the way it's going to go. Because I think, again, that we're talking about some kind of super cruise. And it may be, not very, you may not be able to do evasion or even easily redirect. It may be very sluggish in that regard. But I do believe that we're going, because they talked about quantum boost helping them get rid of all of the extra POIs, right? They don't want to see 15,000 POIs all around the universe when you're in quantum boost mode. I think that we're going to be talking about navigating around a planet. Yeah, but that's quantum travel. They go into QT boost to get to the kingship. Oh yeah. You're talking about you're talking about the squadron, right? Yeah. That looked more like quantum jumping than, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah. Move freely and use your thrusters. SCM mode. Be the same speed ceiling as before, so around 250. If you want to fly faster, you can't. You should only use quantum boost or quantum travel at distances greater than 20 kilometer. More and more. All right. Well, that doesn't sound like it's going to get rid of any of the POIs, though. I still have questions. And however they're going to do it is how they're going to do it. But they've been talking about this whole quantum boost thing for a while, and there's a lot of other expectations there. Yeah. But okay, if we do exactly what you're talking about, right, and all I can do is point in a straight line, right? If I'm at orbit and I'm pointed at a planet, right, and I'm pointing it at a mission site that's, say, 200 kilometers away, if I'm off by even a slight amount of angle, that means I'm going to wind up way outside of my way. So what am I going to do? I'm going to drop out of quantum boost altogether and steer and then quantum boost again? I'm not going to be able to even gradually course correct? Because to be honest, if you can't course correct at all, it's going to be garbage. It's not going to replace splines. And maybe they don't want to replace splines. But I think that you're talking about limited utility if there's no course correction at all. Well, I mean, you wouldn't faceplant because you'd just drop out of quantum boost, right? But I'm not more talking about hitting the ground so much as I am if you're pointed a little too high and you can't course correct, then you got to drop out of quantum boost altogether and adjust and then boost again. That feels kind of Mickey Mouse. I mean, in my head. Obviously, we'll see how it plays out. It might be fine. I have a hard time imagining a quantum boost where you cannot course correct at all. I mean, if it's not going to be Super Cruise from Elite Dangerous, then it won't be Super Cruise for Elite Dangerous. But that's a good example because Super Cruise and Elite Dangerous is, you know, you can adjust, you can steer, but you're talking about it's such wide curves. It's not going to change combat. It's just a matter of you catching up with somebody. It doesn't feel very useful for evasion or pursuit either if there's zero course correct. I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm waiting to see what they're going to offer us. So I'm fine either way. I just don't know that quantum boost is going to really advance the program if there's no course correct. Hey, Tomato, how you doing, man? Y'all catching me watching a video and we're trying to make sense out of stuff that Sega's had to say. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Huge raid. Oh my goodness. And all we're doing is babbling. We were watching the, well, I'm on this side for a change. We were watching the video from the other day and trying to make sense out of some of the stuff that they were saying, trying to figure out what they mean by all these words with the base building and the base rating and everything else. And we got off on a tangent with the quantum boost changes. We're doing pretty good overall. PTU was a little rough to me today. Kind of mishandled me, but that's the nature of the beast. It was really smooth. It's just the jank was kind of whipping my butt. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Midgards. I appreciate that. Man, I tell you what, there's a lot of conversation to be had. I mean, we were talking about the base building and like on one hand, the one guy was talking about how you can only be attacked on one shard at a time, right? Which I think has to be the case because if you have a base and the Tomatoes gang decides to attack that base on shard 1 and then I decide to attack that base on shard 2, then we both need to wind up on the same shard while we're attacking that base so that we have to deal with each other in addition to trying to attack the base. And then on the other side of that is he says you should always have an opportunity to defend your base, right? Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that if you're offline, they can't attack. It just means that they have to be sure that they can get onto that shard to defend their base, right? And then they say other stuff that kind of does make it sound like if you're offline, you can't be attacked. So I have a lot more questions than I had at the outset, I think. Old Man Observer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So I don't know, man. I'm really eager to see how it all comes together. And of course, you know, we're talking about base building, which isn't fixing to be ready next week anyway. So there's a lot of future stuff in all of this. But I am looking forward to it. I played Star Wars Galaxies, and all of this sounds an awful lot like a spiritual successor to Star Wars Galaxies. And if so, I am totally here for it. Totally here for it. They keep talking about the importance of crafting stuff, and then that gives me pause and makes me wonder how all of this is going to play out as far as skill-based combat goes, right? Because when I started flying in Star Citizen in 2015, 2014, you know, it was very much a skill-based game. And while your ship selection and your component selection mattered some, it mostly boiled down to, you know, who was the better pilot. I'll have to look into that. I don't think I've heard of that one. Needing to switch shards. I think it's really going to depend on how it plays out, right? I mean, what I actually would expect to see in the long run is if we're both on Pyro 1, right? And somebody has a base on Pyro 1, and we separately decide to attack that base, is as long as we can all fit on a shard, I would more like to see that we all kind of wind up shunted over there relatively seamlessly. But I don't know. Because, I mean, I think worst case scenario, it could be a mess. If a shard is only going to have 500 people in it and you've got a giant org, stuff's going to get messy. But if it just spins up a dynamic game server in that area, and then suddenly you have two giant orgs going to war over this base, maybe it won't matter as much. I mean, it's so... I don't know, man. Single global shard. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, of course, I think that when we started talking about single global shards, I don't think we were talking about anywhere near as mainstream a game as we're winding up with. Right? I mean, there's been a lot more of a broad appeal than I thought we were going to get when I backed in 2014. I never thought this game was going to be this big, and there's so much money involved now. And clearly, CIG wants a successful game. As somebody playing the game, I want the game to be successful. Are we leaning too mainstream? I think there's a strong argument to be made for that, but I don't think it matters anymore about whether the vision is too mainstream. I think it's going to be mainstream. I think that there's room in the verse for there to be more fringe PvP, more Rust in space, even if that's not what they want, right? At the PvP, at the low sec end of the spectrum, and room for people to be more mainstream Farmville at the high security end of the spectrum. So in that regard, there's room for it. Where things get really extra sticky is the Farmville people and the Rust in Space people don't necessarily want to have a conversation about it, right? That's kind of the problem, is that you wind up with a lot of vitriol and a lot of hyperbole, and that turns into more arguments, and then everybody just wants to build a wall, right? No, my game needs to be this way. No, my game needs to be that way. And it's like, you know, there's a spectrum here. So I don't know. See, I'm an old school MMOer. I got into MMOs with Ultima Online, right, in like 98 or 99. And in a way, you can think of, what was it called? They split the world into two. We had Trammel and the other one, Felucia, right? Where we split PvP versus PvE. And there was some of this kind of hot debate, which is kind of funny when you think about it, because it's freaking 25 years ago now, when that happened. And it worked okay in Ultima Online at the time, but it was a much smaller community, man. Bed tent, the next day somebody stole the key. Because I mean, the game matured a lot over that time, but man, I know, right? 25 years already. Jeez. So I don't, because I do see a lot of homogenization. I think about World of Warcraft and the iterations that it's had over the years. And there's a reason I stopped playing it years ago, right? They were constantly reinventing the game, and there were times that it was like I really enjoyed certain gameplay, and it just wound up being demolished with the next expansion. So I do think that there's a real risk of over-homogenizing. I do think that there just needs to be some areas in Star Citizen where it's going to be designed predominantly PvE, and people can fly in there and attack if they want, and hopefully there'll be a consequence to that, whether that's orgs that are willing to deal with PvPers in high security space, or hopefully NPC security that works, because we all know it's a joke right now. Although turrets are scarier now than they used to be, NPC turrets. It was the Wild West, right? And then the other side of that is that we need Pyro and its future ilk to be places where it really is just open, and people are going to be. I think the biggest problem with open PvP in Star Citizen is the boredom, right? It's that when the game gets buggy, people kind of give up on trying to do anything structured, right? If they don't have anything better to do, it's boredom, and boredom turns into ganking, and then ganking turns into griefing, and then we could have a whole conversation about how ganking is griefing, but it's can effectively signal areas that are higher danger. Yes, they do absolutely need to do that. It definitely needs to be clear, right? And more clear than the TSAS warning being high at the Pyro Gate. Yeah. Yeah, I think that if they can, but it does need to be, we need to be informed as a customer base, as a game playing community. Yeah, right. Yes. Well, and I think about, and then we go back to Ultima Online as an example, right? You could attack other players in UO in town, but if you did, the guards were going to come curb stomp you, right? You weren't going to get away. They were going to run you down and they were going to kill you. So you might be able to gank that guy, but you were also going to die. And we need something like that in our high security areas. Yeah, I mean, unless you ran right away and were really lucky, you were going to die. So, but if we don't have that kind of mechanic in play, it makes things extra tricky. Because, I mean, we were talking about, like, the whole notion of bases, right? Ideally, I would like to see an open verse where anybody could do anything. And that means that even in deepest Earth or Terra, people should be able to attack the base. If there was enough of a game defense so that people got punished for that behavior. Right now, we get what we got used to seeing in 3.8 in the PU, people flying around Port Olisar, blasting ships as they take off, as they leave Armistice Zone. Right, and there really wasn't anything that anybody could do about it because the turrets were never hitting the pirates, etc. That's no. I'm saying but we don't have that, Q, and I understand why you feel that way. I do. I think that there do need to be newbie safe zones, and I do think you do need to have an area that is pretty much dedicated to. I hate to use the word safe space because of all the negative connotations, but there do need to be ways for you to be safe, which is why, even though I would like to say it should be completely open world, it can't be. It just can't be, because even if CIG were to introduce a safe space, right, and the NPC pilots were aces and the turrets were killers and the missiles were, players would find a way to game that system. Much more prefer that they allow people to have guns and give bases invulnerability rather than just restricting people from using guns. Yes. Yes. And see, it's such a mess. I mean, if humans weren't humans, we'd have more room. You know, if we could, it's why you can't have nice things, is because you guys just keep wrecking it. It's just, you know. Yes. Well, and I mean, I get that. And you know, and I'd say the same thing about somebody who spent $45 on a game packet and they spent a year building something and they decided to do it in a safe space so they didn't have to have a risk, right? Because, I mean, you know, time is money, right? If you spend a bunch of time investing in something, you should have some protection. So, I mean, I can't disagree with that because we can't have nice things. If it would literally take every PvPer in the verse to come at your base on Earth just so that you could have a standoff, it would be one thing, but we're never going to see that. So there should be, I think there's room in Star Citizen as well for there to be safe spaces. And if we have high risk spaces, then it leaves people who want to, it leaves room for people who want to have the high risk play style to do their thing. Right? And then there should be some middle ground in there. And for me, it's about the middle ground, right? I'm never going to be a top tier player. I'm 55 years old now. I'm getting old. I'm slow. Eyesight isn't as good as it used to be, right? I'm not fixing to go up against an A1 or a Vexan, or there's a whole a litany of players, or even Burks. It's kind of funny because when I first got into PvP in Star Citizen in 3.8, I kind of felt like I could maybe take Burks in a one-on-one when I first started participating. He's gotten way good now. Dude is quite a pilot. And that's without even getting into Dark Laws and Noodles. And there's a lot of PvP players that just know, man, I just get curb stomped. But for me, it's about the middle ground, right? I want to be able to enjoy the game content, the PvE, but I want the added spice of the PvP so that somebody might come in and intersect with my gameplay in an unpredictable, interesting way. So for me, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, you can't. And like, again, it isn't just about the money, right? It's about the people who have spent time building stuff in the verse. It can't just get trashed unless they decide to build that in Pyro or wherever that's nullsec, you know? And then that risk is part of the thing. But even then, you can't be awake 24/7. We have to have a healthy game environment, not only for the game, but for also the people that are playing it. Well, I mean, I do think that there's a consideration, but if you have $80,000 worth of spaceships and somebody else has $80,000 worth of time investment in there, right? We're talking about the same thing. There's concerns. And if you decide you want to protect that by building your primary HQ on Terra or whatever in high security, absolutely, you should be able to do that. That's the game that we've been pitched, is that safe is safe. I don't think that once you hit middle sec, you should be guaranteed to be safe. Now, if there are tools for that you can put in place, then you can mitigate your risk, right? So, I don't know, but I mean, prefer using reactionary deterrence. Yeah. Same, right? I would prefer to see that as well, because then it could be a challenge that people can overcome potentially, right? And to be honest, as long as those reactionary defenses are effective enough, it's still going to stop the griefing, because griefers are lazy. They are. They can be imaginative, but they're mostly easy. They want an easy target that they can make miserable right away so that they can move along and do it to somebody else, right? And to be honest, even though we have certainly had some griefers in the community, I think that most of the grief in Star Citizen is driven by boredom. Well, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Enjoy your lunch. Appreciate the conversation as well. Well, I mean, they certainly could. I mean, I would much rather see hit scan turrets, you know, lethal hit scan turrets at some of these locations than hard armistice zones, right? And I would much rather see that than just continued wanton destruction for the sake of wanton destruction. I am not a fan of appeasing the board players that just want to scratch the itch by wrecking shit. You know? I know. I'm totally failing on actually getting the show watched. It's hard to not just have the conversations, right? Because we all have very strong opinions about what we want out of the show. I mean, out of the game, and it's a magnificent project. I don't even remember what we were talking about now. Let's see what they're saying.
Automatically eject boxes, allowing anyone to just...
Okay, we're talking about...
It's to maintain
right.
the shield.
Correct. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Will mining extractors and other processors automatically eject boxes, allowing anyone to just tractor them away? Or will we have to eject them by hand?
All right, I'll take this one. But there's a few things here. So there's lots of different crafting machines that do their processes a little differently, but most of them will have an internal buffer that lets them hold the results of their process until you're ready to pick them up. That being said, you can also have them directly put stuff in boxes as soon as it's ready. But if you're worried about people nicking it, you don't need to be so concerned because they'll be subject to the same sort of permissions as anything else in your base. So that's like, the mag lock that stops people stealing your chair will also stop them stealing your cargo boxes. Unless they have permission to move them, they'll be mag locked to the output grid.
And we'll get into the mag locks here in a little bit.
Yeah. There's going to be some machines that will be able to send their crafting results directly to your location storage, whether that be your hangar or a freight elevator or something. So there'll be options.
Right. There was a mention, it says kind of like an underground transit system and stuff that allows certain buildings
they
to
talked
connect with
about
other buildings underground, even if
a lot of stuff in CitizenCon this last year.
Freight elevator network.
Yeah. Hey, a mining question. Will underground deposits respawn over time, and how is the overall rarity of minerals accounted for in the economy?
Short answer, yes. So they will respawn, but it is very unlikely that they will respawn on the land plot that you already have. So if you already have a base, you already extracted it, every mineral that was below your extractor, it's very unlikely that the deposit will respawn. So what we want to see there is players more moving around in their bases and basically going through new locations and actually grabbing new resources. And to answer the economy part of that question, yes, that is a huge undertaking that we have to go through here, and that is we really have to get certain resources out of the system, and the system being our game. And that means that we, as the system design team and everyone working on that, we really have to work closely with the economy team and make sure that even everything that we pull out of the system is meaningful, and then we create certain values for certain resources, because we really...
You know, it's funny you talk about something like that. I forget. There was a video that I saw recently, and I don't remember even which game it was, where somebody was creating a server that they were shunting griefers over onto just so that they could grief them. I actually think that kind of mentality, if you can set it up as a game dev or as a publisher or whoever it is that's running a game, is absolutely fantastic. I can't think of any more better brand of karmic justice than to target the people who are trying to target other people just to make them miserable and make them miserable. So I kind of love that idea. Of course, like anything else, and then you wind up with people gaming the system. But I do think that there's potential there. To be honest, if we're talking about safe zones, we could just be talking about the old-fashioned autopilot that we all hated a couple of years ago, where it just flies you off. And of course, then even in the current system, where if you go someplace and you're not supposed to be and the clock ticks out, you just get teleported inside of wherever, and you got to spawn your ship and fly away again. Funneled into, yeah. And in fairness, there may be that kind of thing with dynamic game servers, right? They could actually do that later, right? It could make PvP players more likely to wind up logged into PvP servers. I could totally see something like that being a thing. That would actually make sense, because what you want to see is people who tend to play the same way wind up with the people who tend to play the same way, right? That's the whole notion of the freaking prison, talking about Klesher, right? The whole notion of Klesher is it's not a punishment. It is a channel to help direct you towards gameplay that's appropriate for your behavior. And of course, they haven't done anything with it yet, but do unto others. If you grief a prospector, you're locked into a prospector. Oh man, don't even get me started on the mining. But although what you said about the stuff earlier sounds good. But yeah, hopefully we're talking about a mentality where they want to try and push people towards compatible gameplay versus opposition gameplay. Thank you for the follow, Zyth. If I'm mispronouncing that, please feel free to correct me. I'd like to get your name right at least once before I screw it up. But I don't know. The whole thing with server meshing and the dynamic game servers, when we get to that point, I could totally see them doing that, shunting people over. Thank you for the tier 1, man. I appreciate that. It's very kind. Awesome. Very much appreciate the support. We'll see how things go in the long run. There's so much stuff that they promised us in the long run that we just haven't really scratched yet. So, a lot of this that we're talking about is that. So,
like a player-driven economy, and we want to have a healthy in-game economy that is driven by our game. And it's a challenge, but we are definitely motivated to resolve that and get that in a really good state.
So what?
Go ahead.
What you're talking about there is like the concept of resource sources and sinks, because having your extractor on your base is a source of resources until it's depleted, but then we need to make sure that there's also sinks for that resource in various gameplay loops, so that you don't just have inflation, essentially, of just a build-up of resources you can't do anything with. So yeah, that'll be a very careful balancing act.
Yeah. In Torsten's answer, you mentioned something that I think maybe not a lot of folks have considered, this idea of having multiple or mobile bases. Obviously, folks with the land claims, and we'll talk about the land claims in a bit. You build your home. You might stake out your home. This is where I store my stuff and I decorate.
Okay, I've got to check on the Shield Maiden. For those that don't know, my wife's a disabled veteran. I'm going to leave this play. I'll be right back in just a second here.
And all that stuff. But for industrial purposes, while you could certainly build that location up, then go out, gather stuff, bring it back, there is a gameplay style where you then instead create smaller mobile bases and move them around as you need to stuff like this.
Yeah. So you can still have your static home base with your first extractor, but at some point your deposit just runs empty, and that you can still leave the extractor there if you like the look of it, but then if you still like the area and you don't want to move away, you can just disassemble the extractor and then decide to, okay, let's buy a new plot, or let's move to a new plot and actually find another resource there. So
I think that leads into
if you
our
want
next.
to stay.
I think that leads into our next question really well. Can we deconstruct buildings, and how is this done?
Yes, you can deconstruct your building. So there it is, like you would construct it. There's the construction AR mode. So you will make use of the drones. The drones then will disassemble the building, and if you have a freight elevator, they will automatically put the material that they gather from the disassembling process onto the freight elevator. You will get some of the material back that you invested in building, but we will because it's just it's a gameplay mechanic, but it also makes sense, right? In the disassembling process, you will not get one-to-one what you invested. There is a loss of material in there.
Every video game economy in the world has to have sinks, resource sinks.
Correct.
My worry is that, like IKEA furniture, once you take that thing apart, does it go back together the same way? Or will it function worse? So we've talked a lot about
Well, I guess actually the beauty of that is that it doesn't have to go back the same way. Once you take it apart, you can use those materials to make something else out of it. Once your extractor's dried up, make something else instead.
Fair enough. So let's talk about making stuff. We've done a lot of base building stuff here. Let's do some crafting. How does crafting change existing gathering methods such as mining and salvage?
That is a bigger topic because, so the TLDR, or the short version, is the mining that we have right now will change more drastically again, and we will revisit other gathering methods that we have.
Okay, I has returned. Okay, on the subject. I might have to duck back and see exactly what he's talking about since you're all talking about it now. But on the subject of a PvP slider, my gut reaction is being opposed to that, right? And there are reasons. However, something like that could work to a degree, because as soon as you head over to Pyro, right, just as an example, because there will be other low security systems, then the PvP slider kind of goes out the window. You could, in theory, use a PvP slider, right, and have that slider help determine who you are grouped with in a shard, right? And then it wouldn't really matter if you wind up with a lot more PvPers in a server, and then on the other server there was a lot more PvEers. That could be one thing that would help to filter out who wants what kind of gameplay. But if you only wind up with one shard, then the PvP slider becomes irrelevant. I don't necessarily think that it's a good idea to slide your PvP slider all the way to 0 and get crappy rewards and expect no PvP, right? I kind of have issues with that. You do, in a way, have a slider, and I think Saddlewolf was fixing to say it, right? Yeah, if you have kind of the internal matchmaking thing, but again, if you only have one shard, I don't think you should be able to prevent people from PvPing you in a low security system. You should plan for it. I know that I've taken guff about it in the past, where sometimes the answer is fly better. And it isn't necessarily about being more skilled. It can be more about just paying attention and making better choices, right? There are times, like if you're fixing to leave Grimhex, there's no armistice zone out there. You should be aware that you're about to leave Grimhex, and you should make sure that you scoot and go where you're going to go. Look and see who's around you, right? Is there a red ship around you, even if you're leaving Seraphim Station? If there's reds flying around, you should be aware that people are probably going to shoot at you, or they're going to shoot at somebody near you. So plan. So I understand the impetus there, but I'm definitely an open verse fan. I'm more in favor of the notion of creating more secure environments. And if you want to go to those more secure environments, and they don't even necessarily have to be high sec, if they're remote locations that don't necessarily have a high dense, have a high threshold of desirable materials that are well documented, people are a lot less likely to come hunt for you there. They're a lot less likely to intersect with you. Space is going to be big. Even if all we get is 6 systems to start with, it's an awful lot of space. There will probably be some place that you can go to do what you want to do where you're not as likely to be bumping into other people. So that's a complicated issue in a way. I mean, I think that part of the friction that we're going to get with Pyro in the short term here, as 4.0 comes online, of course, is everybody wants to see the new shiny. And Pyro is, in a lot of ways, way shinier and prettier than Stanton just because it's new, even though a lot of it may be more run down looking. I think the space stations in Pyro are way cooler than the space stations in Stanton, which are kind of antiseptic and boring. I think the skybox is cooler in Pyro than the skybox in Stanton as well. But a lot of that is just the aesthetics. But people just want to visit the new place, right? I think that in the initial weeks, you're going to see a lot of people just shooting at each other because they can. And that's not everybody. Some people are going to get caught in the middle and they're going to get shot at in Pyro just because they're there. I think there will be less of that than we initially expect, because if you're leaving Checkmate or Obituary or Ruin Station or one of those, people who are opening fire in that airspace are going to get hammered by turrets. Because if you're flying around an SCM, you're moving pretty slow, and there's an awful lot of turrets there, whether you realize it or not. Just like you don't see nearly as many people just flying around the stations in Stanton blasting other players. It still happens, and still NPC crap is crap. Right? But I think it won't be as bad as we initially expect. But it is going to depend on how quickly people get bored. Lack of control over difficulty scaling and PvP. Yeah. And I mean, games without decent matchmaking suffer. They do, even for the people who want PvP, right? And Arena Commander is a good example. We need some matchmaking there that actually works. I would actually spend a little time in Arena Commander, working on my skills if I was going to wind up with people who were on par with me so that I could push forward to the next group instead of just getting spanked by, Echo and Vection. And I mean, I love those guys. Don't get me wrong. And just get dominated, because it's hard to learn. I think that you can learn a lot from the combat when you lose, as long as you don't just get wrecked. If you just get wrecked, you don't really have a chance to learn anything, right? So matchmaking would be helpful. And in this case, it would be helpful to have some kind of matchmaking that pushed you towards the kind of gameplay that you're after too. But yeah, PvP when it's open. But, like I said, I do think that some of that will filter itself out. I think that the worst cases of ganking that we see right now are predominantly because boredom, right? I mean, let's be real. Star Citizen is a magnificent project, and it has huge potential, but 85% of it is still missing. And of the 15% that we have, 50% of it, at least, is still placeholder. So we're still missing most of the game. We have placeholder, tech demo, early tier stuff, and we enjoy it with the hopes of seeing the actual stuff later on. So I think that's where a lot of the negativity comes from. That, and of course the bugginess. I think that a lot of it will take care of itself as we get more of the game. Although there are definitely going to be stuff that CIG is going to have to hash out when it comes to the competitive side of it, whether that's PvP or just, the race to accumulate, right? We'll have to see how it all goes. All right, now I want to see what we were talking about here with Jared.
What's instead?
Fair enough. So let's talk about making stuff. We've done a lot of base building stuff here. Let's do some crafting. How does crafting change existing gathering methods such as mining and salvage?
That is a bigger topic, because Yeah. So the TLDR, or the short version, is the mining that we have right now will change more drastically again, and we will revisit like other gathering methods that we have. Like we have mining, we have salvage, and salvage will also get like a nice little treat. But let's start with mining. So on the mining side, we basically have to, because of the quality that we add to the minables that you will now find, we talked about that, and we considered that, okay, with the mining system right now where we have multiple resources per rock, that doesn't make any sense, because you might want to look for quality instead of finding like a specific resource. So we want to make it easier for the player to actually look for the specific resources they need for the crafting processes. So we will basically split up or we break out the randomness in the minables that we currently have, but have bespoke minables. So we will find the copper rock, the iron rock, the
Titanium.
titanium rock. Thank you, thank you.
Montanium.
I think I was like, yeah. So the titanium rock, and because what you're looking for is a better quality there, right? So you will still look for like the titanium rock that basically fits, like has the perfect quality, but you don't have to look for a rock that contains titanium anymore.
Interesting.
And here we also want to emphasize, or we want to utilize the new planet tag that was also talked about at CitizenCon, where we want to make use of the biomes that we get through those, and then have like more meaningfully placed minerals on the planet. So you will find certain materials more likely at a riverside or in a certain biome versus in other biomes. So we are really looking forward to get more control over that. So yeah, we are internally quite excited about that. And yeah, and additionally on the mining, so we now talked about like the minerals themselves. We will also be more concrete on the minables that you find based on the profession that you picked. So if you are a ship miner, you will find ship mining deposits. If you are an FPS miner, you will only find FPS minables. And if you are a ground vehicle miner, you will find ground vehicle resources. And if you want to use your ground extraction tool in your base, you will find specific materials there. So what I'm saying here is that we don't have the shared minerals anymore that we currently have between FPS and ground vehicle mining. We will have the hard cuts. So everything you will find in FPS mining, you will only find in FPS mining. Everything ground vehicle mining, only there. Only ship mining, only there. So we will have a clearer separation, so that we can actually encourage the different gameplay loops a bit more effectively.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That it'll mean that whichever kind of mining profession you choose to do, you'll have some valuable, unique materials that you can only get with that profession.
It's going to be a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, that's my takeaway there, and I do think that's important, right? I don't want to. It's just like scanning, right? I don't want to, when I ping in my ship for combat, I want to see what other ships are around. I don't want to see what rocks are around me. I don't care that that's a Vexilite back there and that's a Hadnite over there. I want to know where are the ships, right? So, I mean, that makes sense. What I am hoping, though, is that if they want to filter the kind of minables that we're going to find, is that that's a product of the kind of scanning that we do while we're looking for that stuff. Right. I mean, I don't necessarily, if me as a ground vehicle miner go to mine in an area, and Bob as a ship mining guy mines in the same, scans in the same area, they should both be able to find their relevant materials, but one should not replace the other. Right. Obviously, the materials that are going to be there should be the ones that are going to be there. But yeah. As long as we're not necessarily excluding those so much as we're just not looking for them. Because, I mean, I do think that's important. If I'm, driving around and looking to rock mine. I want to find rock resources I can mine with my rock, not prospector resources, because I can't mine them anyway. Yeah, for me, what I want to do, right, is I want to scan, go to a, hopefully we're talking about long-range scans eventually, right, where you'll be able to go in orbit around the moon and you'll say, okay, I want to scan and see what kind of stuff is in this area, and I'm looking for these resources, right, and for it to be able to scan whatever large area that it's going to let me scan, whatever sector of the planet that is, or moon, and go, okay, this is a resource A, B, and C that you were looking for. Here's some deposits, right? And then I should be able to focus down on that area, whether I have to go there or just scan in a more narrow beam, and then say, okay, here's a rich deposit of resource A. And then I want to go to resource A, right? And then scan a little more, even more refined. Okay, here's a dense vein right here. And then that's where I want to settle in and mine. I don't want to just fly around and ping and pray that hope I get a good rock, right? I want there to be some front loading on that work so that scanning narrows down my workplace. And then the benefit of that is that I want to get what I'm looking for. Yeah, exactly. Right, yes, I absolutely. Worst part about me, 80%. Yeah, see, I always say the ping and pray thing, right? I don't want to just fly around on a moon or in an asteroid and ping and pray that something turns up that I'm interested in. I hate ping and pray. That's why I don't mind, because I kind of like the gameplay. You know, the mini game with using the miner and the throttle and all of that is fine. I'm game for that, but I don't like the ping and pray. Not in ship stuff, not in the ROC, not on foot. I hate that stuff so bad. I want my gameplay to feel more planned and intelligence. It's fine if I decide that I'm going to head into an asteroid and then ping and just see what turns up and say, okay, that's what I'm going to settle on, right? But if I'm going to fill a ship with minables, I want to be able to narrow down what I'm going to find. God, the ping and pray stuff drives me crazy. So I'm looking forward to that advancing for sure.
Different materials as well.
Yeah, the amount of materials that we will have is
Yeah.
And you can be sure.
Crazy.
And you'll be sure that between ISC and SCL, we'll definitely cover that in the future. I really like everything you just said, and it all sounds great. I like this idea of moving them to the biomes and making them biome specific and stuff, because while scanning will always be a part of the Star Citizen experience, and that will continue to evolve and get better, this idea that someone who is experienced and someone who is knowledgeable can just, fly over,
right,
do low flying, over the surface of a...
Now, we have had times when that was believed to be a case, at least, right? I'm not an active miner, but I do remember seeing posts and conversations about people saying, okay, if you go to Lyria and you go to the dark spots, you're a lot more likely to find X. If you go to the light spots, you're going to find Y, right? So I definitely want to see that kind of stuff too, because I totally agree with what he's saying, that you just know that's where you're likely to find that kind of stuff. So that's cool too. I hope that that's going to be the case. We want resources within particular biomes to be relevant, because that's the way that stuff works now, right? We look at the real world and we know that you can find, copper here and gold there and diamond there and that kind of thing. Absolutely. I hope that's all relevant. I think it's changed as well, but I look forward to all of that being relevant, because that is one of the things that I hope is always true about Star Citizen, is that as you know the game, your experience has value, right? Even if you're not necessarily learning to do something new, being exposed to the environment, and you learn to make it work for you, right? You get to apply your knowledge, so that even if all you're doing is cruising around, and doing the occasional scanning or looking at POIs, learning stuff about the game having value is I think really important. It's kind of that low-key exploration vibe, right? Even if it's not necessarily new stuff, it's new to you. Get less material, but you're able to do actual gameplay. Yeah, I mean, you know, searching can be exploration, right? But if you're, yeah, I think that we're kind of all on the same page there. Some people have different levels of tolerance for different stuff. Some people are totally fine, just cruising out there and pinging and looking to see what kind of interesting stuff they find. And no problem if that's the kind of gameplay that people want. But for me, like Q, I think I want to be able to say, okay, this is what I'm looking for this time. I'm willing to look for these 3 things. One of those I want to narrow down into. I want to settle down and buckle in and fill my ship up with that stuff. Yes, and with crafting, that's going to be pertinent too, right? You're like, I know I need these resources. Those are the ones I'm going to look for. I know that I can find resource A over there, you know, in that asteroid belt, B's over here in this biome, etc. I definitely want that to be a more channeled endeavor. I definitely don't want to fly around on the whole solar system and just hope and pray that I get the resources I'm looking for.
The planet and use it like, okay, no, that's an area I'm looking for where titanium is, and I know titanium spawns in areas that look like this, and easily spot that and stuff like this. It's, you know, low flying can evolve to being surveying, you know, manner of speaking. But for the people who are,
it makes it also easier to find the minerals, right?
Yeah.
Right now you are like little shout out to Red Monster, but you use like mining guides online, for example, to know exactly where you have to go to actually find what you are looking for. And
yeah, well, hopefully all of that'll be a thing too, right? Because I mean, like I said, that kind of boils down to, again, information that you achieve, that you gather in the game should be valuable, and whether it's you find it, or you buy it from somebody, or a friend of yours gives it to you, or you discover it, like you're saying, on a data pad in a bunker somewheres, right? Any of that stuff having value is totally cool to me. Like I said, I'm an explorer at heart. The Constellation Aquila exploration ship, right? That trailer is what sold me to back Star Citizen. Granted, I didn't back with a Connie, I just backed with a Mustang. But that notion of gameplay, the exploration, is what got me into the game in the first place. So I'm on board with exploration for exploration's sake, but I don't want exploration to be a part of everything I do. I don't want to have to just ping and pray. I don't want to just wander if I'm trying to go mine. There can be exceptions to that, and people do their own thing, but you know, I mean, if you decide you want to buckle down and get something done, you want to have a little more control over that than just hoping that something pops up that you were looking for. So, and that's what I'm not a fan of with the current mining.
with this, we want to make it more accessible, that it's logical where you find certain things, and then it's also clearer in the sense of, because it's just one thing that you will find there, right? So hopefully that, or like our goal is to make it more accessible, and not that, like, accessible in the sense of people that are new to the game are also more attracted to the gameplay loop, but we still want to keep the expert gameplay.
You want to know what I actually expect to see happen is, as we get further along and these kinds of systems are more defined, is that as much as we see miners and salvagers, etc., is we're going to see surveyors, right? We're going to see explorers that will be looking for all of the information, and some of them will be surveyors, and they will go to an area and they will do all the scanning work, and they'll go, okay, I've got a location that's got whatever, however the specs are described for copper or iron or titanium or hadnite, right? And I've already found these locations, and I will sell them to you or give them to you in my orgmate, right? So some people will do that work because that's the work they want to do. They don't even want to do the mining. They just want to find the rich resources. Turn that over to somebody that can make use of that. So, you know, I fully believe that we'll see that kind of thing. It's just like people that just want to go discover the new jump points, right? They're going to map the jump points, and they're going to They're going to find the POIs over in whatever system that's like, here, if you go here, you can find whatever. You know what I mean? All of those things are going to be there to be done. And in some cases, you'll certainly see just knowing stuff will be of value. And when you don't, even if you're willing to look, right, then you'll be able to get something valuable from that experience and sell it or turn it over to somebody else who can. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, VLRTs are a good example of wasted time for sure. VLRTs are just a way to get to MRTs, to get to HRTs. Bounty hunting is a terrible profession, though. Star Citizen bounty hunting is 95% non-existent. Arg. But I do agree with what you're saying there. If you want to mine, you want to mine. You don't want to just hunt. Right? I mean, there's people that are fine with the ping and pray thing, but that's definitely 100% me. If I'm going to mine, I want to go mine. I don't want to just hope to find stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Easy to learn,
mentioned
difficult to master.
Yeah, yes.
And I was going to side tangent just a little bit. That the surveying thing actually made me think a lot of Star Wars Galaxies, because that was one of the things, right, is you had harvesters that you could plant that would essentially extract the valuable resources out of a given location. And when you were getting ready to plant a harvester, you could extract some of that stuff by hand as well. But if you wanted to get a significant amount of that stuff to build whatever or make whatever, you plant a harvester. And it's just like if you're going to do that kind of thing with building a base in Star Citizen, you're going to want to survey the land, find a resource that's close by that you want, and then you're going to build either right on top of it or right nearby so that you can extract from it. And the quality of the material that you're going to extract is important too. And that was definitely a thing in Star Wars Galaxies. You know, and I don't remember whether they called it grade A, B, C, whatever, but I remember there was something that I was gathering for, and it was some kind of berry, and I wanted to make sure, and I found, you know, a relatively large deposit of the top tier of that stuff, and I made sure to plant an extractor and pulled it out. Those kinds of things are definitely the old school Galaxies vibe. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to, you know what, as a matter of fact, let me pull it up in a tab so I remember, because the CRS is real these days. I will check it out. I pulled it up on a tab for later. But I'm looking forward to that vibe in Star Citizen for sure, because, you know, at 10 years in, you know, I'm still waiting for the game, but I'm excited for it all.
There's the thing that I mentioned at the beginning, that Salvage will get also a little revisit, and something that I'm really happy and excited to tell you is we will have some time to revisit it, and what we will do there is, I think, something that a lot of people already expected or for the initial release, and that is in regards to the construction material that you actually get from munching from
structural salvage.
From structural salvage. Thank you. That is that basically the ships are made out of certain components, and once you basically gather them through that, you will have those materials, and then there will be processes to separate them, but this is something that is still being decided of what way we want to go down there.
No,
Yeah, the thing I really like about this is that it ties it into the dismantle side of crafting, that if you dismantle something, you'll get back some of what
Sounds
it's made
cool.
of. Same thing with salvage. Your ship just kind of becomes a portable dismantling fabricator thing.
No, that's very cool, and you're right. That is something that's been asked for some time. This idea that you know, if I'm looking for, you know, if I'm trying to craft my own spacecraft, and I need hulls, I need materials, you know, for the hull, I can go and do hull scraping and gather some of the materials that I need for that. You know, it's thematically similar.
Yeah, but as an additional note, there will be some materials that you won't get back. So like in the crafting process, right? So you will use some materials in the crafting process that are, like, let's say, volatile or like in some way exclusive. So if you would then structural salvage your recently crafted vehicle, you might get some of the material not back at all. Like if, for example,
sometimes they have a bad habit of getting lost in the minutia.
You used antimatter in the crafting process, you won't get that back. You will just get back
absolutely,
or copper and stuff like that. But
and like they were saying earlier about sinks, you absolutely have to have sinks in place, because if you do not consume resources that you encourage the players to collect, the inflation or the deflation in that stuff will be rampant. Right, you've got to have a way to get rid of it. Otherwise, it's just wasted. And yeah, I don't want to. Nobody should ever be stuck mining or gathering something that there's no use for. So hopefully they'll sort that kind of thing out. Yeah, inventory. I don't know. I have real issues with the way inventory in Star Citizen is managed, regardless, but. Exactly. Yeah, you have to engage in some other loops. You can't just salvage into building, right? Yeah. No, I agree. There need to be consumables, for sure.
But those exclusive materials you won't get back in the reverse process of crafting.
Gotcha. I'm just happy I got you to say munching again. While we're still in crafting here, will there be limited use blueprints?
Yes. In short, yes. We're going to be supporting both finite use blueprints. So, like, you get it, you can only use it n times. And then also blueprints that have a cooldown in between uses, so you can only use it, periodically. It's just to give us some extra ways to balance and limit certain.
See, this stuff that we're talking about right here, this is video gaming, and I understand the reason for this kind of stuff balance-wise, but it grates me. They're going to need to explain all of this, even if it's some bullshit hand-wavy methodology. Concerned with the quality, you'd hate to have some 100 quality stuff and some 101 quality stuff that don't mix. Well, they should mix, right? I think that the way that stuff should work. Trying to think of what is it that I'm thinking of that has an example like that, and I can't even think now. But it should be it would be like an alloy, right? Like if you've got 100 units that you need for a manufacturing job, and you've got 70 that are grade A and 30 that are grade B, that your average in there should determine the overall quality of the ingredient, right? I think that's probably just the easiest way to do it, so you don't wind up with one-offs that got lost. Yeah, well, yeah, our inventory system is kind of awful. It does tend, because you could filter it that way too, but it may all depend on. It's just that when we're talking about, quality of components, quality of ingredients, it kind of does get generalized. I don't know. I'll be curious to see how they hash that out too, because it's one thing if you're talking about a metal. Right, you can always refine and purify some resources, but you can't refine or purify a cherry, right? That cherry is already going to be, either grade 1 or grade 2 or whatever. So, oh yeah, I see what you're saying with the inventory. Yeah, I don't know. That's a fair point. I don't know how they would introduce that inventory wise, because you wouldn't want You wouldn't want 500 different categories in your inventory. No, I don't know.
Things, but we're not giving any examples of that at this point.
Yeah. I was there on a Hazy server in Star Wars Galaxies when it launched, cornering the market on cracked dragon pearls and just ripping out so many items, so many weapons and stuff, so many armors, to corner the market before anybody else could catch up. So it's nice to know that there are going to be limits on some of the more interesting things. Can you trade blueprints?
I would think to see more of that.
Yes
Yeah.
and no. So
But
we mentioned at SitCon that the blueprints are awarded to your character, essentially, to your character's virtual blueprint library. So if you get directly credited a blueprint from a mission or a reputation reward or something, then it's bound to your character. You can't trade it. But there will be some gameplay where you find blueprints on a data pad. And
see, I almost hate to even hear these conversations because we've crossed a threshold of believability that's just gone. And to be honest, I don't really care how they work this stuff out. And I don't think it's even important how they work this stuff out. And I think it's irrelevant to have this conversation until we get to that point and it matters. Right? I can understand why people ask the questions, but yeah, it's, it's still a game and game balance is important. I do think that the unique stuff, it needs to be unique and it needs to matter. Otherwise, I kind of feel like people should be able to sell it off. Is that if there's a reason you can't sell it off, literally any reason at all is fine to me. It's kind of like the way that they've hand-waviumed the single impression thing for the regen, right? You can only have your body regenerated at one location because hand-wavium, it's unique. There's a unique element to it. That's fine. When you start talking about blueprints and stuff like that, I kind of like, it's like, I don't want to hear about it. If you're not going to let us, then fine, right? Crafters deserve to have the stuff that they get because they're crafters. I'm fine with that. There's always going to be an array of blueprints and designs you only get when you're a max level crafter. It's not available to the crafter noob. Fine. I'm okay with that. But these conversations I don't think are beneficial, right? It's kind of, well, but you might not need a specific, because, the thing is that, as an example, right, if you're a crafter and you want to craft Xenothreat armor, as an example, right, then maybe you need a Xenothreat blueprint. And maybe there are multiple ways that you can get that blueprint. Some of them are going to be combat oriented. Maybe one of them isn't. They can find ways to work around that. But I do agree that it gets to be a little uncomfortable that if you want the best of the best, you may need to indulge in another loop to get it. That isn't necessarily ideal. But it depends. I mean, it's really going to depend on specifics as to whether it matters or not, because I just figured that in a lot of cases it's going to be like, well, you may not want to do that raid, then don't. Just do this recipe instead. You know what I mean? It really depends. Well, see, that's just what they're saying about. Well, you can probably just trade for the crafted component, probably, right? Yeah. Well, we'll see how they hash it out. I mean, it's like I said, this is part of the reason I don't even want to have these conversations, because it's like, it's video gamey. It's one of them things that they're going to balance out. And I suspect that no matter how they decide to do it, some of us are going to go, that's bullshit. Whatever. All you can do is what you can do. But yeah, if you've got a direct reward blueprint and you can't trade it, but if you can craft the item and trade that, then that may resolve the issue, right? It all depends. It really, to use Galaxy as an example, the way I remember it, in a lot of cases, you could use a variety of ingredients, right? And the way New World has some of their stuff set up too. There may be 5 different ingredients on this one, 3 different ingredients on that one, and then 1 or 2 unique things in between where you've only got one choice. And if you can substitute some of that stuff, then it may not matter if you have to go out of your way to get ingredient A because you have to craft it, because you have to earn it, whatever. You know what I mean? It really depends on what it is. Yeah, and I mean, that's crafters in MMORPGs in general. It depends on specifics, and they're going to do what they do. What I want to see is crafting that matters, and I want to see a fully fleshed out crafting system so that crafters who just want to craft can do that. Right? That doesn't mean that they should necessarily be able to craft absolutely everything in the game, though, if they don't want to be a part of something that they have to get through, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just if it becomes something that they have to have on the regular and you force them out of their comfort zone to do the sandworm raid, then that is kind of distasteful to me. So, like I said, it depends on the specifics. And this is why I'm not sure there's really any value in this particular conversation. Specialize into a blueprint, produce things cheaper and better. I would like to see that as well, right? I mean, that's, again, we enter into multiple levels of what if, right? It's like, what are they going to do? Because, I mean, it would be really cool to be able to study a blueprint for an item that you've maxed out on and discover a better way and create a new blueprint that has slightly different ingredients, right? But you can get the same, not even necessarily the same item, but an equivalent item that might be structured in a different way. But I don't know if we're going to have that kind of research turned into blueprints available. I mean, I don't know what we're going to get. I do think, though, that if you are going to play a crafter, and if you're going to be top tier, you should be able to do most of that with crafting only. Yeah, we'll see what they do. I mean, there are games that I can think of where I'm like, well, I actually really like Final Fantasy XIV crafting for fantasy MMORPG. Star Wars Galaxy's crafting had some good stuff with the different tiers and being able to resolve that into the quality of the item that you created at the end. There are many examples, but some of them are totally not, that they wouldn't play well together. So it's really going to depend on what they decide to give us. I totally expect, though, that we will be talking about a system that some stuff you're only going to get if you do the end game raids. And I'm not a fan of that part of the crafting, because if I'm going to be a max tier crafter, I may not necessarily be interested in doing the raids. Some people are, some people aren't. If it doesn't hamstring the crafters, then that's okay. If it does hamstring them, because what I can't stand is, like, New World is a good example. If you want to craft the end tier stuff, you have to have whatever gadget it is by doing the Gorgon raid. And I'm not really interested in doing the Gorgon raid, so I'll never be a top tier crafter. If you give me an alternative to that, even if it's something that I have to spend a lot of time gathering, I would much rather see that. I would much rather see that in Star Citizen 2. I don't want to have to necessarily grab a freaking sandworm pearl, So it all depends on how it plays out.
And that data pad can be traded before you read the data off it. Once it's been downloaded, though, it's gone. It's a one-time download, essentially. So,
and that kind of stuff is nonsense, right? I mean, this is total nonsense, logical. This is just balancing mumbo jumbo. It doesn't matter what's on my phone. It doesn't matter how secure it is. If I take it apart, I can take the data out and I can plug it into a device and I can make as many copies as I want of the stuff that's on this phone. I can clone the EIED number. You know what I mean? It's data. It's not a magic device, right? So, I mean, that's why I don't think there's a lot of value in this particular conversation. The hand-wavium stuff is just stuff that's going to happen. I don't actually need to hear y'all hash it out right now. Yeah. Well, and I mean, the worst part about it is when it's bind on pickup items, right, old man? Because it's like then you can't even trade for it. You can't trade for it. You can't earn it and sell it because you're not a crafter. You have it. And what are you going to do with it? That's the stuff that drives me crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we're talking about. He's like, if it's one on use, once you download it the first time, it's done. Oh, limited use. No, I don't think he's gone into detail because that's like, I have 10 copies of this blueprint on my phone. I can use it 10 times and that's it. What? No, come on, man. Yes, this data will self-destruct after 10 uses. No. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. All of that rubs me the wrong way. Again, as from a game design perspective, I respect the notion of balance, but this conversation is just irritating to me because there's no logic in it.
If you've already found this blueprint and you find another blueprint of it in a loot crate somewhere, you can give it to your friend. But once they've downloaded it, the data pad is dead.
Okay. And eventually, when we have a more robust trading system, I can see that being a hot commodity on whatever our version of an auction house will be. Can we use stolen materials to craft?
Absolutely. The crafter doesn't care about the legality of anything. I mean, heck, you can probably steal an item, dismantle it into parts, and make a whole new thing out of it. So,
seems like a good way to get rid of the evidence.
But see, there's yes, absolutely. The crafter doesn't care, except what, CIG? Except right now, if I go and strip components off of Space Tomatoes Constellation and go try and sell those weapons, I can't because they're stolen. This is why people ask these questions, because systems are missing from the game.
Yeah, yes. Actually, that is the recommended loop if you steal an item, right? So because items have an ownership associated to them, and either you somehow get rid of the ownership marking and replace it, or you go the easy way and just disassemble it and craft the item yourself, because you don't have to hunt down the materials, or not as much materials, because again, not the 1-to-1 ratio if you disassemble.
Okay.
But I do like the idea of nicking someone's entire spaceship and deconstructing it and then making some other ship out of it.
Yeah. Luke, we'll go back to base building for a bit. How customizable will these things be in terms of materials, colors, shapes?
Yeah, like we discussed earlier, we really want to make sure that players are able to kind of make the base their own, and to also use the base for whatever new systems or the existing systems that we have out there and gameplay loops, right? So, for an example...
Okay, I'm totally going to do an aside right now. I cannot tell you how bad the crappy background block out effect that they've got going on with all four of these guys hurts my head so bad. I hate it so much. It's like, can't you just give everybody a green screen to throw in the background? God, there has to be a better solution. I feel like they need to do something, because this is so bad. This poor guy back here, this guy, that the way that this crops he looks like a freaking alien. And I know he's not a weird looking dude. He's just a normal looking dude, but he looks like such an odd little bird because of the fisheye on the camera lens and the awful cropping on the background. It hurts me so much. I feel like they need to come up with a better solution for that, for these little interviews. God, it hurts me so bad. Yeah, there have to be better filters. There has to. I mean, man, it hurts. It's so bad.
And to also use the base for whatever new systems or the existing systems that we have out there and gameplay loops, right? So, for an example, a hunter's lodge, you might
Probably.
wanna tint it in a
Probably.
specific way with the buildings and so on, so that it blends nicely into the environment, so that it doesn't stand out or get any attention of other bypassers flying by. Where if you're...
That said, you know why they're doing it, right? You know why they're doing it is because something might appear in the background behind somebody that would turn into a leak that somebody would share somewhere. So they're just like, no, we're just going to make sure that doesn't happen. We don't want to see a line of code pop up on somebody's screen that spoils something down the line, because then the whole community will be up in arms because, well, we saw such and such behind Bob's shoulder on that screen back there that said, because we've seen that happen. So I know why they're doing it. Yeah, that guy had all the rest right. He had a list of the crafting recipes, and somebody will pick that out of the video and go, ah.
We're building more of a trading hub. We want you to be able to kind of, again, tint the buildings, maybe put logos on the sides, and really kind of advertise like, oh, this is my location, come here, trade, and yeah, really have different ways of integrated.
I hate to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. Here we are. We're talking about customizing our base buildings with logos and colors and stuff, and we still don't have anything even remotely like a hex code color customization of our own spaceships. Forget about any kind of customization for armor.
We have a lot of beautiful planets that have very different biomes and colors and structures, and we just want to make sure that we are providing a nice palette of different tints and customizables to kind of make it fit within every biome, every planet where you want to build your base. Something that we showed in base building as well, that a lot of people caught up on, is that a majority or a large portion of the buildings will also be able to be connected one another. So we're looking at we have generic buildings, and then the player can decide what they want to do within that building or how they want to tint it, and then those can be connected to corridors and other buildings and linked together, or to a hangar, and you can build your own little infrastructure with that. Well, I think it's really we're really excited to kind of see what players are going to do with those options.
And I know this first version of base building we're talking about uses what we refer to as the high-tech aesthetic. This next question is looking way out, but we'll ask it. Will there be different styles of structure in the future? They give examples like a shanty town or even alien-influenced buildings.
Yeah, so there's indeed, with the introduction of base building, there's a lot of possibilities out there for us. For now, we're very focused on establishing this high-tech visual very well. We have a specific set in mind in which we want to release with. After that, like we've always already, or Declan discussed in his presentation in CitizenCon and already hinted at, is that there is more functionality to come that we also want to look at, like, for example, branching and trading and so on. And after that, it's really going to be a question about what kind of, do we want to expand the current high-tech set with new functionality, or do we want to start building a new set with a new aesthetic? But that is something that will... we first want to see how players are going to react to the initial set, and then from there we'll make informed decisions based on the players' reactions.
Love to hear it. We mentioned the mag locking at CitizenCon and earlier today, so I want to get to this. I've seen a lot of questions, and you've got one here. How will we be able to decorate our homes in a way that there isn't physics jank just all over the place?
Yeah, that's I understand where the question comes from. So one of the options that we will have with decorative ER, the mode in which you get to decorate your place, is that you'll be able to kind of mag lock your furniture into place, and therefore only you or certain people with the right credentials are allowed to move the position of that object. in the future, there will be ways to disable the mech lock, I believe, but I'll have to look at Declan about this.
Depend on security and
Yeah, out in the future. Yeah, that's again, for the initial release, we were still focusing on just letting you build your bases, and then in a future patch, we will start to really go into like PvP, and then the mech locking discussion will definitely be addressed there as well. For now, we just want to make sure that people get to create their bases, and that they have a possibility to just have a little bit of a safeguard with the beautiful things that they've collected over the universe and how they want to put them down. And
they just can't help themselves, can they? It's like that somebody hands them a microphone and they say, "Wait, hold on, let me find a shovel," and they start digging a hole, man. Oh, dude, I just don't think that some of those conversations, but that's part of it is this is the questions that they get, right? Personally, you don't think they'll ever? I think they will, but I think probably what we're going to see is a mixture, right? I think we'll get we'll get a thing where you'll be able to buy a store paint and it will have a pattern inherent to it. And then you'll be able to customize that pattern in game with different colors, something like that. I don't think they're ever going to stop selling paints and stuff. They're just going to find a different way to monetize it. They're going to offer exclusive color combinations or exclusive patterned paints. And then you'll be able to, I think that what they're talking about doing based on what we saw. Yeah, I think that the other thing that they've talked about is that when you craft some stuff like armor, you'll be able to customize the color when it's crafted. That way, if you decide you want different color such and such, you might have to build a new one because it's not easy to just change the physical appearance. That'll be some of what I think. But I mean, Q makes a good point there that paints are mostly store credit. I mean, I know that I melt almost all of my paints eventually and they become something else with very few exceptions. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of new money there anyway. Yeah, but most of mine is, because I finally gave up and melted whatever ship. But we'll see. I think they absolutely have to have some kind of customization available. I do. I don't think that we're going to see the store-bought paints and stuff go away, though.
One of the IDs that we were also playing with, and we'll hope that maybe some players are.
I agree with that too, Zyth.
Try it out. Is perhaps have a ship trading base where you have your specific showroom ships there or something. But yeah, you need to be daring that they're not getting nicked, I guess. Or yeah, again, stuff for the future as well.
Gotcha.
I'm sure they'll also maglock boxes together to make the ugliest structures that we've ever seen before, so we can look forward to that.
Declan, don't give them any IDs. We made beautiful art for it. No.
You don't need to give them.
No, dude. They're talking about doing whatever they want with that stuff. I'm sorry, this takes me back to Ultima Online again, where we used to stack up all kinds of crazy items inside the house to make it look like something completely different. Some of the creativity that people used when stacking up cloth or whatever else in the houses to make houses look like whatever back in the day was quite striking. So paint sprayer attachment for the multi-tool, I think that's actually a fantastic idea. Imagine owning every single paint, having no search for the inventory. Yes, cannot stand the fact that we don't have a search for our inventory.
People ideas. I already know what the first base build is going to look like, and I can't say it.
I am sure it will be the most magnificent base ever built. I have high trust in the community.
And in case anybody's new to video games, the acronym is called TTP. And we'll see how long that is.
TTP, time to phallic. I know that's not the word he's thinking of, but absolutely it's going to happen immediately.
Can you work together to create a base? Can you work together to create a base, or can you charge a fee for using a base's services?
Yes. yes, again, we're trying to make it very dynamic and open so that different bases can cater to different players and different player experiences. So you'll be able to build small bases and maybe even slightly larger bases, but it might take a while by yourself.
This was a long show. I didn't realize how long it was.
And you can, together with a friend, really quickly build a smaller base, or really start to try to literally take things to the moon in the future. But you'll be able to build larger structures. Will be recommended to do that in groups.
I think I saw some people discussing whether they would be able to sell services on their base, though.
They will.
I think that'll be pretty cool, that you can build up some infrastructure and have people pay to use it.
Okay, when you say sell services, my mind went to a different place. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about, I've built some really high-tier crafting machines, and I'm just going to let people come to my base and craft stuff with the best machines.
Yeah, that's definitely what I was
Red Light District, exactly. We know where we know where Jared's living.
I'm just very excited to just like. I used to be a little bit of a miner myself, and I can't wait for people just to kind of figure out like, oh, I got my little base here, I'm mining my own resources, and now I'm gonna start shipping it to like Declan's base, his base is all about refining, for an example, and I go and I use his services there, and I get my valuables refined, and then I'll sell it at Jacob, who is building his base. And then over the weeks and months that I'm playing my loop and doing my adventures, I can actually see Jacob's base expanding, and I can see how my involvement has a tangible impact in the universe.
You've also made some money, which is quite good.
True.
And maybe even made some friends. And meet new people by selling them stuff.
Next question. Can you spawn in your base or group bedlog? Group bedlog. Now we're back to the services I was thinking about.
Yes.
Oh, Jared.
So you need the proper building for that. So right now, the intention is that if you have a med bed or if you have an hospital area in your base, you can use the imprint system there and then use this as your gathering point as the group.
Okay. Declan.
Hello.
Sit up. Okay. Yeah. Bases in caves or asteroids?
I would like to apologize to all the goblins out there, but it's not on the roadmap right now.
We had to get to at least one question where it wasn't something we were doing. Let's see. Can we start a build using?
I don't know either, Q. To be honest, I think what they really didn't do was get into the whole topic of eventually you're just going to be where you logged off, right? And bed logging, honestly, really isn't even going to be a thing. I just don't think it will. I don't know what ship beds are going to be used for. Oh, thank you so much, Zeiss. I appreciate the gift subs, dude. Oh, man, dude, I very much appreciate that. Don't let work run you too ragged. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate that. Yeah, very much for the sub bomb. And you know what? I don't see my... Are the audio playing for the... I don't see the audio triggering either. Sure. I'm gonna have to hammer on my... Is it? Okay, it's playing. Alright. Why do I not see the... Where's the thing? Oh, there it is. Alright. Yep, I definitely see the alerts is playing. Alright, well, you know what? Let's turn that down some. I know that's really loud. Alright. Since we got the thing going, I need to rework. Since I came back to streaming a couple of weeks ago, I'm still dialing stuff back in, but I don't know, the old visual for the alerts isn't playing, And I'm not really sure why, because it's on. The alerts scene is, our source is in there, but it's definitely not showing it. I appreciate all that. Like I said, don't work too hard, and I appreciate you so much for the support, dude. Yeah, it's like, I think that if you, I mean, then you could clearly just backspace and go straight to through the thing. Yeah, the group, I don't think that bed logging is going to be a thing. The more that they talk about it, the more that it just sounds like no matter where you are when you log off, you're just going to be there when you log back in, which is the way it should be. That's the way all MMORPGs are ever, right? You just log out, you log back in, you where you still were. It'll get tricky when you log out in somebody's ship and they fly it away someplace else. I will be curious to see how that's going to be handled in the long run, right? Because if I log out in your constellation and you go do something else and maybe your Connie isn't even still stored in space anymore, but it's been stored in a hangar, then where am I going to log in? I will be curious to see how they're going to hash that stuff out. But that I don't feel like they wanted to have that conversation again, so we just didn't talk about that. Somebody said bad log, and they went to med bed, and I don't know. That really was kind of a red herring to me. I think that probably beds in ships, they will mean something else down the road, something about some kind of, rest stat or something along par with nutrition and hydration. I don't know.
Our drones from something like the Starlancer, then leave.
What he's talking about now.
Question where it wasn't something we were doing. Let's see. Can we start a build using our drones from something like the Starlancer, then leave?
Yeah, again, a yes answer. Yes, you can. So once you set the building in motion, you can go on, carry on, log off, and the drone will basically do its job, and while you're offline. And if the build finishes, the drone will then try to get back to its host or its mothership. And if the mothership or the host is not around anymore,
thank you for the follow, coolers, X. Appreciate it.
And you need to get a new drone afterwards, but you will get a replacement if you used your Starlancer, for example, by simply repairing the Starlancer, and then you get it replaced by this process.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question here because I'm thinking about this. Obviously, either with the time it takes to build a base is not going to be instantaneous, and we're not going to talk about the time now. That'll be a thing that's determined over play testing and further development and stuff. But in that time, with your drones swirling around or whatever, what happens when people try to park their Idris right where you're trying to build a base? Like you've started, it was a flat parcel of land. You've started the process. It was yours, and then you started it. You've set your drones, like you said. You've logged out, and 5 minutes after you log out, somebody parks their Idris there.
So there is still, in short, that's not going to be possible because there's, I think we mentioned it briefly in the sitcom presentation that it's a physicalized hologram. That the intended place of a building will be physically barriered. I don't know if you want to call it a force field or something, but just you can't park there because it's under construction.
Gotcha.
Yeah, correct.
That's cool. I think I missed that. Let's go all the way to the end here. Where can space stations be built? And will there be space stations for smaller groups?
So there isn't plans at the moment for small scale space stations, and there will be some limitations on where you can build a space station, but you're not limited to just in orbit around a planet. You can build it way out in the depths of space and have it well hidden for whatever you want to hide it for. So largely anywhere, but there will be limitations.
Yeah, I want to clarify when he says that there are no plans for a smaller scale station, he's talking about the physicality of it right now. It's like we're building towards our first physical space stations, and those are the ones we're building to. As far as how many people it will take to build that one size space station and expand and stuff, that is also a thing. We have ideas, we have plans, we have intentions right now, but these are things that will continue to evolve as we get closer to the actual implementation of this feature.
10 years from now.
It's one of those things where, and if you've watched Star Citizen Live, ISC, listened to any of these developer interviews for any amount of time, this is one of the only constants besides change, and that's that we have to remain open to better ideas, more ideas, different discoveries about what the tech will allow us and stuff like this. What's actually fun? We may have this idea that it takes this much, then we find out, well, this is actually where it's fun and stuff. So
same.
When you say that there's no plans for a smaller space station, that is a physicality thing and not a comment.
Exactly, Q.
Necessary to build one. That is something that's going to be developed through a whole bunch of testing with you guys and our guys. So let's move
Much more
on.
interested in a deep space station myself, too.
If you pledge for a ship, will you receive a blueprint to craft it?
If you buy a car from the dealer, can you make more? No, you cannot. Pledging a ship does not give you the blueprint to craft it. You got to earn that like everybody else. But it gives you the ship, and you can use the ship.
Dumb question, I'm sorry.
Once you've got a ship, however you got it, whether you pledged for it or got it in game or nicked it or something, you will be able to upgrade it. So even though you can't craft directly, make a brand new high tier ship, you can upgrade the one that you pledged for in-game materials and research and all that. But yeah, you'll be able to do that to ensure your vehicle has the best stats.
I'm not going to lie. I'm going to say that I am actually surprised that there has not been more backlash about tier 5 ships being crafted versus sold ships at the store being tier 1. I'm totally surprised that there wasn't just a bunch more backlash about that. I think that it was a clever way to handle it, but I really expected there to be a little bit more upset about the whole thing. I guess that's all I'm going to say. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Maybe that's it. Maybe nobody's really asked about it yet. And they haven't really digested it and thought it, right? Because I feel like at some point, but crafting is, as excited as I am for the notion of all of this in the long run, we're definitely talking about future copium, hopium. You thought they would land on tier 2, tier 3. Yeah, see, I'm fully expecting all of the store-bought ships to just be tier 1. But I guess we'll see how it all turns out.
That you want for it.
Okay. And you just butted up against one of the other big questions that a lot of folks had after that presentation. WTF, the upgrade system. How does this work? What are tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Is it the same thing for every ship? Is it different for every ship? Is it customizable, like I seem to think you just hinted at there? How are we expecting this tier system to work? Keeping in mind, there's still lots of development between now and its implementation.
Yes, absolutely. But I'll talk about the current plans. So, first of all, there's different kinds of blueprint, and most of them will be upgradable through research. Different kinds of blueprint will get different benefits from researching them. So, like a refining blueprint will get more efficient, so you get a better yield of refined goods for raw input. Or like a repair blueprint might be able to repair a little bit more effectively, stuff like that.
Totally believe that too.
The one that everyone's probably asking about is the creation blueprint, which lets you make new stuff. And a higher tier one of those will let you craft the higher tier of the relevant item. So let's say you've already got the tier 1 blueprint for a gun, and it has stats like fire rate and recoil, you'll be able to see on the crafting UI the stat range for those stat types. And the exact value that you get when you actually make the gun will be dependent on the quality of the resources that you put in.
Yeah.
When you upgrade the blueprint to tier 2, you'll see the tier 2 version of the gun, and those stat ranges will be shifted. So it'll have a higher top end and a higher low end as well. It'll be on average better.
Could be.
But the actual number that you get is still dependent on the quality of the materials you put in. Of course, the higher tier blueprints also need you to bring more advanced materials to them. And related to that is that these blueprints have aspects, we call them. It's kind of like parts of the product, so like the barrel of a gun or the grip of the gun or something like that, which will influence different stats of the item. So if you put materials into the grip part of the gun, the quality of those materials might impact the recoil, but it's not going to impact the rate of fire. And this becomes especially interesting for the very highest tier of creation blueprints, because then you'll get a choice of what materials.
I thought
to
they
put in
did, but
to
I'm not
certain
sure.
aspects. And based on the choice you make, it will influence different stats. So you might be able to choose between improving the recoil or the reload speed, depending on which material you put in.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then I guess the only other kind of blueprint that's interesting for upgrade is the upgrade blueprint itself, because research and upgrade blueprints are not quite.
I'm fine with however it's going to work.
But if you use an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing item, none of the existing stats or materials on that item matter anymore. It's just the new materials that you put in for the upgrade will affect the stats. And the important reason for this is so that whether you craft an item straight at tier 3 or craft it at tier 1 and then upgrade to tier 2 and then upgrade to tier 3, the resulting item will be the same if you use the same materials.
So you can't skip a step if you need, if you have the blueprint. If you
have the creation blueprint, you can skip, and you skip straight to whatever tier you want. The upgrade basically only exists if you already have the item and you don't want to spend all of the resources to make a whole nother copy of it. You just want to spend the smaller amount of resources necessary to turn it into the higher tier one.
And that upgrade blueprint, I assume one of the ingredients is the original item.
Yes.
Guys, and so you were speaking, you're speaking primarily of guns and items, but this system, one would assume, is also applicable to the ships as well.
Yep, absolutely.
And not only ships, also ship components.
Components.
It's like something that we really want to make sure is that we don't want you to go through the process of, because you crafted your tier 1 item, you then have to disassemble it to just craft a tier 2 item, right? So that is like nonsense. So we really want to enable players to have their item and then use the upgrade to actually still have the item, but then the better version of that.
So extrapolating this out here, if you take something like an Aurora, let's start just with a base level here, and you have now upgraded the hull to stage 5 or tier 5, where you've now used specific materials to customize specific elements and stats of that hull. And then you've done the same with the weapons, and you've customized the weapons up to tier 5 with certain materials to benefit certain things. And you've done the same thing with the components to custom up to tier 5 to customize certain attributes. You can have an Aurora that is dramatically different than David's Aurora or Pete's Aurora or something. It's like,
absolutely.
Yep.
This is where we start to see the differential between not just individual ship models, but within the ship model itself. And when some decisions are made that affect the baseline of a ship, the one that folks can buy in Astro Armada or whatnot. And so those decisions don't happen in a vacuum. They have to be accounted for. Also, the potential upgrade path that is coming with crafting and stuff like this. And if a ship is in a certain way where you're like, well, I'm not really a fan of it in its base configuration, but through time and effort on the player's behalf, maybe you can take a ship that you weren't totally happy with and now make it to something that becomes your daily driver.
Yeah, this calls back to the
yeah, I agree.
balancing effort that Torsten was talking about earlier. That one of the big challenges is going to be very carefully balancing all of the different possibilities that you'll have access to with crafting. Because instead of just one ship has these values for these thrusters,
we don't even have everything in place for balancing now.
And
this is nightmare fodder.
Tiers of them, quality scaling, lots of potential for variation. So, yeah, we will be paying very close attention to this.
I mean, I look forward to the customization for a lot of stuff, but it's going to be a thing.
Sorry, guys.
Glad I don't have to do it.
Through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. Here in a minute. All right, we've got a little bit more time. Let's go back to some base building here. How well will bases blend into the surrounding environment? I think longtime players can remember that the very first outposts that ever appeared in 3.0 were almost always up on stilts because they couldn't deform the terrain. How well will our stuff blend in with the terrain?
Yeah, so you'll be able to kind of, again, with the tinting, you'll be able to kind of pick certain tint palettes that work better with the biomes that they are in located. You can also put buildings around trees and stuff. If you put the building on top of the trees, it will get rid of the trees with the nice precision placement mode through the construction ER mode. You'll be able to find a nice position and to kind of get some trees to maybe cover a little bit of your building as well. We'll see how that goes. Because we also have the construction drones that need to fly in and out, so we'll have to we're taking those things in account, but you'll be able to kind of blend it in pretty well if you want. And additionally, we'll have some buildings that actually will be able to kind of reduce the signature of your base as well, to kind of further kind of hide your base if you want to, or in the other way, like really make it stand out in the base in the environment. But yes, the idea is that we will have different tint palettes that fit with the different biomes that can be found on the planets.
One would assume there has to be some level of terrain manipulation, though. Is that entirely automated by the system, or will any of that be in player control?
Yeah, so the idea is that we don't want to fully allow the players to customize the terrain to their liking, because that would take away from the value of scouting for a good location. So there will be buildings that will do a very light terrain manipulation, just to make sure that like the staircases work and so on. But the majority, the best solution that we'll provide is the use of foundation tiles, the big concrete slabs that people get to place down, and then on those they'll be able to kind of put their buildings down. And those will deform the terrain, so if you have a plot of land that is not particularly flat for you to build connectable buildings, then the idea is that you would put down a foundation first, and then from there on you'll be able to connect your buildings on top of there.
We can squeeze a couple
more. Can all be very interesting to see how all this works.
How will player trading at bases work?
All right, I suppose there's two ways to look at this. You've got your seller and the buyer. If we look at the seller, then you've either acquired your items or you've crafted them and you want to put them up for sale. You can do that by placing them in a freight elevator, listing them on a connected terminal, or make a physical shop. And then there'll be a mobiGlas app where you can say, hey, I have T3 bombs for sale, everyone come and grab them before they're gone. And then as the buyer, you browse the advertisements on this new trading app, go to the base and purchase them. Or if there is a very particular item that you want, you can put it in a buy order, and you'll say, I want this item, this many of them, these stats, deliver it to this location. Obviously that'll cost more because someone has to accept that and then do the delivery. but it means that you get a very particular item that you want.
Okay, so it sounds like one of the major components of base building will be this this next major step forward in player trading that folks have been waiting for. Like right now, there isn't a super easy system of I'm going to give you this and you give me,
Yeah, we do need a trading system pretty bad.
It sounds like most of that comes online for the first time with base building.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see actually the spread between like local shops and people who band together to make like big market bases where it's shared and hundreds of people can come and sell their stuff.
Yeah. And that's not to say that obviously we've got Mode Trader app for mobiGlas and stuff. That's not to say that this comes out before that comes out. It's just, as far as I'm aware, speaking in this moment right here, there's this, and I'm not up to date on the release of additional Mode Trader apps. So I'm not saying one comes before the other. I'm just speaking with what I know. Last question. We can let you all enjoy your weekend. When the Pioneer was first introduced in 2017, it was alongside it was this idea of land claims. And for every time the Pioneers come back into the pledge store, it's come back alongside land claims. In this year's IAE, it was brought back to the store without the land claims. That's led some people to speculate that land claims are gone or they're not a part of the design anymore. I'm going to say right now, they are. Let's talk about what our current thinking is, what our current plan is, what our current intention for how land claims are supposed to work. And keep in mind that, like everything else, there's a period of time between now and when this is implemented, and we reserve the right to have any better ideas that come along. We reserve the right to look at what you've said on Reddit and Spectrum and everywhere else, on YouTube comments, and have that inspire better ideas. So while these things may change, let's talk about what the current plan for implementation is for land claims.
Yeah, so there's a lot here. I'll kind of walk through just plots of land in general, and then we'll talk about how the land claim beacons fall into that. So when you go to acquire a plot of land to build on, there's a couple of choices you need to make straight off the bat. We have a general plot, which allows you to build anything, and then there are prospecting plots, which are a little bit smaller, they're cheaper, and they're more geared towards mining. You'll see a square layered on the terrain, and that's basically your current selected plot of land. You can grab a face of it, make it a rectangle, make it to a bigger square, and this is you selecting the surface area that you want, and the cost scales up with the surface area. If you were to purchase a 1 by 1 kilometer and then another 1 by 1 kilometer, it would actually be more expensive because the cost will take into account the total surface area you own on the planet. Where the beacon comes in is that you kind of skip this initial UEC cost for purchasing a plot. You just use the beacon and you have your plot of land. From then onwards, if you bought with UEC or you used a land claim beacon, there'll be a reoccurring UEC tax. And if you fail to pay that tax over a period of time, you'll begin to lose rights to your base, and eventually you'll lose complete ownership of the land, complete ownership of the building. They can be looted, someone else can buy up that area. That's, it's very important that we avoid this concept of like a dead base. We don't want people to be able to just go AFK either for a year, even though they stacked up billions in their account. Mm-hmm. We still don't want them to be able to have a dead base. We want to free that up for the players. In addition to that, there will be some limitations where you can buy plots of land and use beacons. We're going to have, for want of a better term, a national park, both in lawful and lawless areas, and it's a no-build zone, and this allows us to reserve land that's pristine for exploration, it's pristine for resource gathering, and so on. I think that's, oh no, there's one other thing, sorry. When you have your plot of land, there'll also be an exclusion zone around it where no one else can buy or build, so you can't get boxed in. That is a high-level summary, I suppose, of the current plan for land claims and plots in general.
Gotcha. So let me see if I understand this to re-summarize it here. So anybody will be able to go and purchase a plot of land so long as it's available, so long as it's not in one of these no-build exclusion zones. You reference national parks. They're not literal national parks on Pyro 3 or whatever, but areas that are protected for gameplay reasons. We have to make sure that there's still plenty of areas to do missions and minables and stuff like this. So anybody will be able to buy a plot of land in one of the buildable areas. The land claims basically are your like coupon for that. It's like you can pay a brand new UEC cost to purchase that, or if you have a land claim, it's like, nope, I already prepaid. This is my prepaid voucher, and you hand that in, and you get the land claim for that. So it's open to everyone. One is just a voucher. You've already got that ready for you. After that, there is a maintenance cost. We talked about money sinks. Money sinks are essential to every video game economy that's ever existed. So there will be a recurring fee if you don't log in often enough. And again, the time period will be things that adjust like everything else in Star Citizen. If you don't log in enough to pay your stuff, eventually you'll lose control or ownership of that land. And then I assume anybody can do whatever the heck they want with your base and the stuff that you've put there. This is really good because, like you said, back on a Hazi server, I had a city on Naboo that was still there 4 years after I stopped playing. So, and then obviously, again, reiterating the limitations, not every single space on the planet will be buildable. You're probably not going to be able to put your base right up against the wall of Lorville. For instance, there's going to be exclusion zones to maintain all the other gameplay elements. But we have a lot of planets and a lot of moons with a lot of surface area, and we're making more. So, yeah, that about get it, Declan?
I think that's about right. Yeah.
Cool. Gentlemen, that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to be here with us. It's always a pleasure to have you on here. I knew when we were putting together this presentation for CitizenCon, you know how excited I was from the first day on. Like this is there are jokes on Spectrum and Reddit about
someday I'll get my F8 unless I melt it first, right?
Everything, but it is the next major step forward in the evolution of our game, alongside base building, where finally, for the first time, you have a true sense of ownership in the builds in the universe. So I'm really excited about both. I know a lot of our players are. So thank you for your continued work. Obviously, between now and the release, we will follow up. There will be additional ISEs, additional SCLs, where we address the questions that no doubt come up after this episode. So keep them coming. Torsten, Jacob, Luke, and Declan, thank you so much for your time. This is our last Star Citizen Live of the year.
It's happened before,
so thank you so much for tuning in. We have one more episode of ISE that airs next Thursday. It's our standard patch report episode where we're going to revisit a bunch of the stuff that are coming online with the upcoming 4.0, and then I go on fishing. We'll see you back here in 2025. So keep your eyes on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website for updates on 4.0 when it moves from into the next wave of PTU and then its eventual release. And thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for letting me do this.
No, I haven't even gotten mine yet. So, but yeah, if I guess it's good to know just in case
be nice to each
the
other.
banner disappears or whatever it's called. All right. We're going to be done with that. I'm going to go ahead and raid out real quick because I got to get dinner going. I didn't realize how long that show was. We're going to raid another community member that I have not had a chance to check out her stream a lot, but I think that she seems to be a real positive one. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to raid Yo-Yo Meg. And if you like what she's doing, drop her a follow. And I'll be back at it again tomorrow. But I definitely got to get dinner ready going here. Appreciate all of y'all for hanging out today. And thank you so much for the raid, Space Tomato. And Jesus, I can't even find the buttons. But I really appreciate all the conversations. I had great conversations today. But let's raid Yo-Yo Meg. Show us some love when you get there. I'm in babble mode, so I'm going to go ahead and get out. Stay safe and stay healthy because being sick sucks, and I'll see y'all around the verse. I will be back at it again tomorrow. Undoubtedly getting wrecked by the verse. Blah, blah, blah. Y'all take it easy and have a wonderful evening.
Okie dokie.